Hello everybody and a very good morning and welcome to Trent Bridge Live in association with Daffabet 18+ gambleaware.org. Now we've reached the final day in this Division 1 clash between Nottinghamshire and Somerset, and really the situation is quite simple. Somerset require 7 more wickets to win and the target for Notts is a further 426 runs. Now the bonus points are in and we'll talk about them a little bit later, but in day 3 it was all about Somerset. They had a very strong day yesterday, so let's remind you of all the action through the day 3 highlights.
From the Stuart Broad end, bowling to Goldsworthy, edge first ball of the morning, and what a start for Notts.
He's in and bowls a full leg delivery, which is driven by Ogbourne and is gone through the Nottinghamshire skipper Hasib Hamid, who isn't going to overhaul it before it reaches the boundary rope. For Pennington to Ogbourne, who turns this away nicely down towards long leg, and Muhammad Ali cannot make the stop.
In the previous over, Rue in this one, and this one's hit back over the top by Rue, who's had enough of trying to get the ball away from ones and two.
Chances too. Ogbourne faces Ali, very full, bowled him. The off stump, out of the ground.
Patterson White from the far end. All this has drifted down the leg side. Might have been bat, might have been pad, might be buys. We'll find out. It's 4 somethings. It's 4 runs, so it's a little tickle from Thomas Rue. It's all down to Alfie Ogbourne protecting that middle order, and Rue drives us through the offside for 4. Lovely shot. Backed up by the photographic memory. Always clicking photos away as this has dropped on the leg side. And that's going to be Rue's 50. Nicely played, James Rue. 50 from 103 balls. He was very watchful to start with, wasn't he? His first 5 runs. See what we were talking about.
James in and bowls. He's caught behind. Just feeling for that, James Rue, to a ball leaving him outside the off stump that bounced a bit more than he was expecting. Here he comes again. Muhammad Ali in and bowls to James Rue. Drives that beautifully away through the offside for 4 runs. What a lovely shot.
White comes in again. Rue advances down the pitch and lofts him high. Is it going to go all the way? Yes, it is. Overton is padded up to come in next. Patterson White to Rue on 49, and this will be 50. He's just stood up tall and pushed it into the offside, and that's his second half century of the game. This one from 75 balls. Patterson White bowls to Vaughan. He's looking for a single. He will get it here. In fact, he might get a couple. Might even get 4. Pushed away through the offside. That ball has raced away. I never settled for second best. Something on those lines. And Vaughan advances down the pitch and is bowled. And I've just impersonated Geoffrey Boycott's on the highlights reel.
Here comes O'Neill to Overton in and bowls. And Overton stretches for this and gets it over the top of short extra cover for 4 runs. O'Neill bowls to Overton, and that's come off, I think, his pad. He's in again and bowls to Rue. Lost this away over the top, down to the boundary, and it's gone for 6.
288 for 6. O'Neill bowls. There's an LBW shout and a wicket, and Overton goes for 20.
He's there, he bowls. Rue is down the pitch and he's going to get his 100. It's a misfield and he's gone through and he leaps in the air and swings his bat and takes his helmet off.
Except Hamid, who is halfway to it at extra cover. And Thomas Rue hoists the ball high square to leg for a massive 6. Thomas Rue, who is on Nelson, chips the ball off his legs high into the leg side for another 6. Again, Rue lifts him again over the offside. 6 and 6.
Ogbourne in and bowls. This is edged wide of the slips down to the 3rd man boundary for the first boundary of the Nottinghamshire second innings. Well,
not supposed to have a bit of a dance down there on the strip. Pretorius bowls again wide, and Slater with the uppercut this time, and that's away for runs. 4 down to 3rd, down towards the
Ogbourne bowls, and this is driven and away through the offside. Acrobatic attempt to make a stop by Lewis Goldsworthy at backward point.
I wonder if we've had something similar to what we had here with Master Rue, as Slater pulls this to the leg for 4, just short enough from.
Here's the last ball, and this is edged Oh, it's gone low and it has been caught. Slater jabbed the bat down onto it. I think that kept very low, and the surprise, Jake Ball is bowling well. And he bowled outside off. Punchy through the offside. Just a touch of width. We've seen McCann do that before. 4 runs.
X number of mistakes. This is edged and caught, and he's gone. Overton strikes in his first over, just like Jake Ball did, and it's McCann caught behind. Good catch, low down by Rue.
It's the counter 10 of the falsetto. Woohoo!
Overton in, bowls to Hutton, who turns that down to Jack Leach. In fact, it's not to Jack Leach, he goes over the fine leg boundary.
Hutton is hit on the pad this time. That's very close. Gone! It was just straight enough.
So last ball of the day, Craig Overton to Haseeb Hameed. He's in, bowls, and Hameed solidly forward in defence, plays it out into the offside. Alfie Ogborn picks up, and the players will make their way back to the dressing room.
So, as you just saw in the highlights there, a great innings from Thomas Rue for Somerset. But what was the assessment of day 3 and the situation that lies ahead on today from a Nottinghamshire point of view? Well, assistant head coach Paul Franks spoke to Matt Freeman from the Trent Bridge media team at the end of day 3. Here's the interview.
Paul, a testing third day out there. What's your overall assessment of today's events?
Yeah, a tough day. One which started really well. I thought we were excellent in the morning session. We held the game really well. We looked threatening. Arguably one of the best sessions we've had in this game with the ball. I thought we were spot on. We saw then Tom Rue go on to play really well. A young player who came in, who's probably come into this game with a little bit of pressure on him, you know, an expectation, if you like. I thought he was very impressive. That said, I thought we stuck at it really well for as long as we could, and they were obviously in the ascendancy. So there's still a lot of work to do for sure.
Yeah, you talk about the morning session. Brett in particular went on that run of successive maidens throughout his first spell this morning. How big a part of the plan was that containment early doors?
No, we wanted to be aggressive. I don't think we just wanted to bowl maidens. We wanted to try and take wickets. We wanted to build pressure, and the best way to do that is to bowl well at both ends. And I thought we did that to a certain extent. And as the day went on and it got harder, it proved it's a decent pitch. And when you get 2 players in, it can be hard. And we saw them take advantage of that in the afternoon.
Yeah, as you say, a fine innings today from Thomas Rue, his first century in first-class cricket. A word on, I suppose, how he played with the conditions.
Yeah, I thought he played really well. I thought he managed the situation well. He upped the tempo after, like you say, that early phase of the day where they didn't really go anywhere, and we'd controlled it. He managed the tempo of the innings as they needed it throughout the day, and that shows a lot of maturity for a young player. He's obviously got a good range of shots. So far, he's played a lot of really good white ball innings that have caught the eye, and today hopefully is the start of something good for him moving forward. He's certainly somebody that we're going to have to keep an eye on how we go against him in the future. But yeah, he's had a special day.
As Somerset declared in the sort of afternoon, evening, it can, I suppose, look like a daunting task for the last 4 sessions or so. How do you go about breaking that down and approaching it over the next day?
Well, exactly that way you break it down. Yeah, you try and minimise the damage tonight. We were unlucky to lose the wickets we did, and ideally you'd be in a better position going into tomorrow. So there's work to do. There's a lot of confidence in that dressing room, and it's going to be put to the test tomorrow. So we're going to have to show what we're all about, and we're going to have to play really well.
Yeah, it's a different situation maybe to the one that we've found ourselves in the last 12, 15 months or so. Can any of those more positive experiences help with the day like tomorrow when the task is maybe slightly different?
Yeah, you certainly hope so. You certainly hope that the confidence you've built over time comes to bear, and you want to play well, and there'll be guys in there who want to make significant scores and build significant partnerships that hopefully lead us towards safety tomorrow. And that's part of the challenge tomorrow, and that'll be the goal when we set out tomorrow morning.
The thoughts of Paul Franks there. Whilst we wait for the umpires just to make their way onto the field, let's have a quick look at Division 1 and the table, and you will see that Sussex are top. They had a very good win against Glamorgan. So they sit on 102 points. As I mentioned earlier, the bonus points are in. Nottinghamshire will take 3 bonus points. Somerset, well, they have 5. Obviously, just to remind you, it's 16 points for a win, 8 for a draw. So can Somerset take the 16 points and they will make 100 points, or can Nottinghamshire take 11 points, survive today and join Sussex at the top? Well, to talk you through all the action on day 4, it's Anthony Gibson and Dave Bracegirdle.
Inconsistent bounce, either one shoots along the ground or bounces more than the batsman is expecting. But I don't think this is going to be easy for Somerset. I think they're going to have to work really, really hard to take these 7 wickets. Having said that, it is more of a bowling morning than a batting one at the moment with the cloud cover that we have got. But again, the weather forecast is for the sun to come out this afternoon. There's a small cold front making its way across the Midlands as we speak, and that's going to pass away eastwards. And after that, the weather should get warmer and brighter. So if Notts can get through the first session without too much damage, I think they'll fancy their chances of certainly taking this very, very deep into the day, if not holding out altogether.
That's the voice of Anthony Gibson from BBC Somerset. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. A very good morning to those of you just joining us on the club's live stream, on the live feed there, however you're getting it, via the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website, via Somerset County Cricket Club website, via the ECB, or indeed on YouTube. I know a lot of you follow the live pictures. Just joining us, we were talking a moment or two ago for listeners to Sports Extra today. We'll be dipping in and out, I'm sure, throughout the day on that. The players have taken to the field. Those of you watching the pictures can see that there's a slight hold up here. There's somebody behind the, well, it's the workman behind the bowler's arm at the far end, who started very early this morning, just doing what they needed to do, what they needed to get in before the cricket started. Down there, of course, the renovations at the pavilion end going on. There's a test match here on the ground starting a week on Thursday, and they're desperately trying to find enough time, enough hours in the day to get the seating in front of the pavilion. You can just have a little peep there over whether it says ROTHESAY over that white screen. No sign of any seats going in yet. I think they're still sort of laying the foundations or making sure they're all secure before the seats go in. But a little bit of work to do there, and as a consequence, they've just had to put up another white board behind the bowler's arm. Looks as if it's going to be Jake Ball, man of Nottinghamshire, playing against his former county. Came into the game officially yesterday. He's been here since the start, and officially yesterday we got the announcement that Lewis Gregory's hamstring, which forced him from the field on the second day, was too much for him to continue in this match. So Jake Ball in as an official injury replacement. And he picked up a wicket yesterday, that of Ben Slater. Nottinghamshire, remember, been set to score a colossal 473. That's not going to happen.
There's still one of the builders in his high-vis jacket right behind the bowler's arm. Obviously not cricket followers.
Joe Clark will, I'm sure, not be prepared to face the first ball until there's no more movement behind the arm, understandably. Notts lost 3 wickets last night. Dreadful start to this second innings, whether it was one initially in pursuit of 473 or whether it was to try and bat through for the 114 overs they had at their disposal. A really poor start. Slater out for 16, McCann for 8, Houghton for 6. Just going to do an update for Radio Nottingham. Well, we're just getting the first ball of the day underway, and in fact it's gone down the leg side. That's a good start for Notts, 4 runs. We had a slightly delayed start, still work going on at the pavilion end here, just holding things up for a minute or two. But we're underway. Nottinghamshire 51 for 3. Remember, they've been set to score an unlikely 473, or home hopes really rest on batting throughout the day. 51 for 3. So we're underway after that little hold-up, which seemed in the end to trouble Jake Ball more than Joe Clark, because Ball started with a loosener down the leg side and it just tickled away for 4. I think he was ready for a good probably minute and a half, 2 minutes to bowl that first ball, Jake. Here he comes again from the pavilion end, bowls to Clark, plays it down in the ground, and Clark then asks permission from the bowler to pick the ball up, which he does, and lobs it back to him. So that was actually Joe Clark's first ball. He came in last night, final ball of the penultimate over. So he was at the non-strikers end for the final over, which was seen out by Asiba Mead. So Clark off the mark with a boundary first ball. Notts 51 for 3. 1 or 2 emails came in as well last evening, which we'll touch on in the next few minutes, as Clark now drives into the offside and there's no run. 51 for 3. It's cold and chilly again, Anthony. We've not really had the best of the weather in this match.
Not many people here, but the Somerset faithful, Tractor and his mates are still here. I've already heard him this morning. I think they're sitting over there in the Fox Road stand.
Might get a little more boisterous as the day wears on. Chosen the Fox Road stand because the strip they're playing on slightly over towards that side of the square as Ball bowls. Then down the leg side, claiming something here. Somerset very, very keen indeed. Again, I always say it, you can ignore everybody on the offside, particularly the slips, because they didn't see anything. They might have heard something, but they didn't see anything. I'm not entirely sure Jake Ball was all that convinced. Maybe Thomas Rue was. Seemed to clip something on the way down the leg side, but the umpire, James Middlebrook, said no. So it remains 51 for 3, just seeing on the monitor here. And
just clipped his shirt, I think.
Shirt or pocket. Clark doing his level best to make sure the bat was nowhere near the ball, and I think he succeeded in that. Here is Ball in again, and Clark will turn this to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 51 for 3. It's amazing how and I know I used to do it when I played. If you're in the slip cord and you support the bowler in these things, don't you? You appeal for pretty much everything that you think might help to influence the umpire and back up the bowler and the keeper, but there was no way any of the slips could have had a real indication of what that came off. Clark turns this one to mid-wicket at the end of the over. 51 for 3, 4 from the over. Nottinghamshire survived the first 6 balls of the day. 95 overs remain.
No James Rue for Somerset. He's joined up with the England squad in London ahead of the Test match at the Oval later this week. So young Oscar Coleman, 18 years old, from Truro, is fielding as a sub for James Rue.
Where is he?
He is at mid-off. No, he's not. That's Jack Leach. Where is he? That's a good question.
Backward point?
Could be. I saw him just now. He was at backward point with the bowling from the Stuart Broad end, the previous over. We've got Craig Overton to bowl the second over of the morning. 3 slips. Overton in and bowls, and this is played firmly up to Jack Leach, but there won't be a run. He's a backward point, I think. Yep, Oscar Coleman.
Asiba Mead on strike, got a duck in the first innings.
No, he's not. He's at mid-wicket. Clapping his hands now.
Nice.
Survived a very close LBW call last night, Asiba Mead.
I did.
As Overton is in and bowls, and this is down the leg side, and Hamid looking to get some bat on it and run it down to fine leg, but failing to do so. There's one high-vis jacketed worker, but in front of the under construction or under reconstruction pavilion, but he's nowhere near the line of the pitch. And in any case, the bowling is from our Radcliffe Road end as Overton is in and bowls. This is driven firmly, and Pretorius gets across. He's bowling a full length is Craig Overton. Not much sign of any swing. Ball is in its 20th over. The equation this morning, knots needed 426 in 96 overs. Scoring rate, required rate of 4.4. Overton in bowls and Hamid defends, which sounds a very tall order, but it has been done before. And courtesy of Steve Pittard, it was Middlesex back in 1925 who chased down 442 here on the last day. They didn't measure days of cricket that's outside the off stump and through to Thomas Rue in terms of overs in those days. It was minutes. But Middlesex were 60 for 3 overnight and went into the last day requiring a further 442 to win. The Honourable Clarence Bruce started the Middlesex charge with a breakneck 100 before lunch. At 231 for 6, Middlesex were teetering, but then skipper Frank Mann joined Patsy Hendren as they romped home with 20 minutes to spare. And this goes past the outside edge. Good ball from Craig Overton, who certainly the last 2 deliveries of that over were right on the money. It's a maiden over, and knots remain on 51 for 3. Overton 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5.
Yeah, we don't. That's more than enough of that, Anthony. We don't need to hear about Middlesex successes on this ground. We sort of wiped those from our memories. As I said, a few emails came in last night. Dr. John has been with us for most of the match. Dr. John, thank you for all your correspondences through the game. Last night's missive came just as we'd finished, or I noticed it as soon as we'd finished. Ball bowls and Clark pushes us into the offside. From Dr. John: Dave, if I didn't know otherwise, I would say the picks for the Somerset team were young, exciting prospects rather than just inclusions to cover gaps due to injuries. It's been delightful to follow Thomas Rue's maiden century. Tell Anthony there is much hope for the future. Of course, the inclusion of Jake Ball as an injury replacement now raises this team to unbeatable, tongue-in-cheek of course. He's the best ball in the game. Such a shame I still can't see well enough to see the ball on the live stream, but great commentary from you all. Bowl him, and Clark has gone for 4. Jake Ball uproots the off stump, sends it cartwheeling out of the ground. Lovely delivery from Ball. And Nottinghamshire, having added 4 this morning, find themselves now 4 down, 51 on the board. And one of the main hopes really to try and salvage something from a very, very difficult situation has gone. Joe Clark out, bowled for 4, his 8th ball of the innings, and his match is done and dusted. Somerset need 6 more wickets.
A little bit of extra pace, I fancy, and Joe Clark just late on the shot, and well bowled Jake Ball. Seeing here comes the just waiting for the replay. It was pitched right up. Here we go. Yeah. I think he was just a little bit late on the shot, just taken by surprise by that extra pace from Jake Ball. Terrific delivery, and Joe Clark looking back up the pitch at his executioner.
Yeah, and I only say this just to remind people, Jake Ball into the game as an official replacement, and it's something all 18 counties have done, and they've had replacements come into the game and not play much of a part. They've had others up and down the country come into the game and do what Jake Ball has just done there, get a wicket. Lyndon James, he came into a match for Notts, picked up a couple of wickets against Glamorgan. 1 or 2 players have also come into games and scored runs, having not been in the original 11. It is just part of the game at the moment, and so it is. Here's Jack Haynes on his way out to the middle. Yeah, thanks from Dr. John. He just finished. Such a shame stream. I still can't see well enough to see the ball on the live stream, but great commentary makes up for it. Thank you very much. Dr. John there getting a readout just as that wicket went down, the fourth of the innings. Jack Haynes, who made 57 in the first innings, right-hander, of course, played very, very nicely, I thought, in the first innings, was last out as tough day ahead of him if he's to stick around. A couple more emails from Tim Taylor and from ANK. Tim Taylor, hi Dave, thanks to you and Anthony for your knowledgeable and entertaining commentary from Trent Bridge. It's my favourite county game as I've got dual nationality when it comes to my county cricket. Born and brought up in Mansfield, I moved to work in Bristol in 1997 and I've lived in Weston-super-Mare now for 25 years. In football, I still follow Mansfield Town, who I think you commentated on this last season. Best wishes from Tim. Thank you very much, Tim. Appreciate that. Thank you. Here's ball into Haynes, the new man. Oh, chops his first one down in the ground and then, talking of football, kicks it away onto the offside and make sure it didn't roll back onto the stumps. ANK'd. Numbers and umpires. I've been sitting in my armchair watching the live stream cricket from Trent Bridge and enjoying the insightful commentary as well as the opportunity to see the replays. I have a couple of questions. I'd appreciate your advice. Players wear numbers on their shirts but not on their sweaters. How are the numbers decided? There's Jake Ball into Haynes, leaves us alone, goes through to Thomas Rue. How are the numbers in cricket decided? Football and rugby players' numbers are related to their position, though in the days of the old Bristol team they wore letters and Bath avoided a number 13 shirt. The players' numbers in cricket seem random. 2, the umpires seem to have got gadgetry on the front of their coats. What is it? Your advice, please. Arnold Cade, Chudley in Devon. We'll get Anthony to pick up on that in just a second as Haynes turns this to mid-wicket and there's no run. Umpires' coats, first of all.
Well, they are body cams, so that they're recording all sorts of, obviously, taking close-up pictures of every delivery, which can then be scrutinised by whoever wants to scrutinise them, analysts and so on. And the players' numbers, the players select them for themselves, as I understand it. Usually have got some personal significance for them.
51 for 4. Ball bowls and Haynes eases it into the offside and there's no run. End of the over. Successful one for Jake Ball. He's through 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 wickets now for 13. The chief wrecker of Nottinghamshire's hopes of salvation here. 51 for 4. Yeah, the numbers, Anthony's right. I guess a little bit of it is on your status in the game. If a high-profile player moves to a new county or side or is selected for England, he'll pick his number. Sometimes you'll see some high numbers which might relate to the year of birth.
Chris Gale, 333.
Yeah, it's Overton.
He's in and bowls, and Hamid just don't think he played at that. Yeah, the number 7 shirt is always particularly sought after. It was Peter Trigo's in the Somerset side, but Greg Overton inherited it from Trigo. And number 1 is quite often sought after as well. Keith Jennings wears number 1. Overton in and bowls to Hamid, that's outside the off stump. There's me to play at that.
There's often been a little bit of a crossover in other sports as well. I don't think 23 was all that fashionable in the world of sport. Was it Michael Jordan? He was then 23, and then David Beckham had it. So a lot of cricketers they like it for that.
Some of them have it at the year of their birth.
Yeah, the number 10 is always popular.
Overton to Hamid, and this is turned into the onside for Hamid's first run of the morning. He moves from 12 to 13, 51 for 4. Man out this morning, Joe Clark. Clean bowled by Jake Ball for just 4, losing his off stump.
Yeah, 14th ball of the morning, getting the wicket. Not exactly what Notts were looking for.
These the last 2 out-and-out Nottinghamshire batsmen. We've got Lyndon James to come in next, who's all-rounder. very useful batsman, of course, but predominantly an all-rounder. And then Ditto, Liam Patterson-White, Fergus O'Neill, all-rounders, and then Pennington and Muhammad Ali, because Brett Hutton has already come and gone. Overton to Haynes, who plays a solid defensive shot. Some noise from the Somerset close fielders.
Mark Muggerseth's also been in touch on the email, bracecricket@icloud.com, if you've got anything you want to pass on. But Mark just wanted to say excellent coverage this week. Thank you very much. Come on, Notts. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that.
Overton turns. The Sun is trying to break through as he's in and bowls to Haynes. Again, he's forward, playing that defensively. He's doing exactly what I suggested at the outset Somerset should do, Craig Overton, which is just probing away on a good line and length and waiting for something to happen.
You have a quiet one your last night in Nottingham?
Yeah. Found a decent pub. There are lots of decent pubs in Nottingham. Overton in and bowls, and this is run off an open face out into the covers, picked up by Lewis Goldsworthy. End of the Overton over, just the one run from it. He has figures 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 6.
Right.
One of the reasons I like coming to Nottingham is the quality of the pubs in the city.
No.
There are any number of good pubs.
My idea of a quiet one is perhaps half an hour's telly in an early night. Anthony's idea of a quiet one is...
I watched a bit of the World Cup. I watched a bit of Netherlands against Japan.
Yes.
It was quite good, actually.
Yes. I flicked through it, recorded it. Is that still the right word? Recorded it. I've only just moved on from I taped it, but I didn't record it on the plan of the old Grand Prix, and I managed to survive the day yesterday without knowing the results. I sort of fast forwarded it through, and what a great achievement by the British drivers. First, second, and third. Yeah. There's ball. And a false start because of Seabermead backed away. There are workmen, it has to be said, still going about their business at the far end. We can see some high-vis jackets in the or behind the glass, sort of a middle level tier, and again right high up at the top, like worker ants. Ball bowls, defends rather inelegantly there. There was a lot of right-legged movement after he'd made contact with the ball, but he did the job, kept it out. There we go on the live stream. Great pictures, thank you very much. They'll be pleased when they see the final fruits of their work over the last 18 months, 2 years or so, when it's all finished, and they'll move on to some other assignment somewhere. Ball into Hamid. Gets up to ride the bounce and guide it off the shoulder of the bat to backward point. We'll take a single. Nottinghamshire on to 53 for 4. They've added 6 this morning for the loss of Joe Clark.
That's young Oscar Coleman who fielded that at backward point.
Notts away at Chelmsford against Essex. The next match starting on Friday. This ball. Balls. I'd have kept a whisker low. Certainly I think that was the encouragement needed to get the slips all oohing and ahhing. Haynes played it well out onto the leg side, and Anthony Somerset at home this coming Friday
against Warwickshire. And if Essex complete their win over Leicestershire, which looks highly likely, they will go top with 103 points above Sussex with 102.
There's ball in and bowls, and Haynes digs it out. That's assuming Notts don't win this, Anthony.
That's assuming Notts don't. I think I'm ashamed to say that I've rather ruled out a Nottinghamshire victory, despite the
I think most people
the
are
precedent that Steve Pittard came up with.
Yes, I don't think the Notts. I was going to say middle and lower order. I guess you can't really say that whilst their opener is still there. But this will be a really heroic effort just to survive the day. Down the leg side, taken by Haynes. Someone said I've got a leg slip in as well. Three slips and a leg slip. Just in case that one that just sort of slides down the leg side is just tickled by Haynes in that direction.
Jordan Herman, the leg slip.
Seems to be a fairly pliable fielder, Jordan Herman. He always seems to be the first one that initially Lewis Gregory when he was playing in the first innings, and now Craig Overton seems to move hither and thither. Next ball wide of the pegs through to Thomas Rue, 53 for 4 at the end of Jake Ball's third over of the morning. He's got figures of 7 overs, 2 for 14. Hamid has 14. Haynes has faced 11 balls and he's yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, Craig Overton will field at second slip to the seam bowlers, and either he or Lewis Gregory will be at slip to Jack Leach. But Archie Vaughan was fielding at first slip and will be fielding at first slip for Overton in this over. First time I think I've seen Archie Vaughan at first slip. He's quite often in the slips. It's Overton into Hamid, who just pushes this backward a point, and that's going to run away for 4 runs as Lewis Goldsworthy at backward point dived to try and make the stop. Couldn't get anything on it.
I've got one in from Matt Hardy, who ends it. Matt, a Somerset fan, so you know where he's coming from. Dave, I'm trying to tell my colleagues at work how unlikely it is that Notts will reach this target of 473 with so few wickets remaining. Could you help me illustrate this in World Cup terms? For example, Notts chasing this down is as likely as Scotland winning the World Cup. Is that right? Yeah, that's probably just about right. Well,
I'm not sure that Scots fans would agree with you as Overton bowls.
It's probably about as likely as Wales winning the World Cup, and they're not even there. But no, Scotland played 1-1-1. You can't knock their efforts, Matt. And certainly Duncan here on the ground, one of our bar managers, he would take exception. That is Tam O'Shanter. Is it Tam O'Shanter? Is that what they call it? Tam O'Shanter. He had his
hat.
Yeah, he had his hat on all day yesterday, celebrating Scotland's win. Good morning, Duncan.
Overton in the bowls to Hamid. Quickly into a defensive shot. Steve Pittard says the key wicket is surely Haseeb Hamid, who carried his bat 247 not out and 459 balls against Lancashire at Trent Bridge in 2024. And Steve also points out that last year Hamid batted for 7 3/4 hours against Somerset before getting run out for 208.
Yes, with that old dog-eared ball.
Absolutely. Is Overton in and bowls. This is edged, but all along the ground to Alfie Ogborn, who is at third slip. First time I've seen Ogborn, I think, in the slips.
I don't think dog-eared is the right term for a ball, is it? Sort of books are often described as being a little bit dog-eared, don't they?
Just rather ragged.
It was dog-chewed, maybe.
Overton in and bowls to Hamid, who again edges along the ground to Ogborn at third slip. So Overton finding the edge, but again there isn't much bounce in this pace in this pitch. It's a slow wicket. Attritional was the word that Jason Kerr used to describe it. Sort of wicket on which batsmen have to work hard for runs and bowlers have to work hard for wickets. Overton in milky sunshine, in and bowls. This is driven back past him, and Pretorius will pull it in. They'll come back for 2 runs. And Hamid will move on to 20, and the score on to 59 for 4. Last ball of the over. Overton 7 overs 3 maidens, 1 for 12.
Speaking of domestic pets, moving on from dogs, got home last night and I was invited to look at the neighbour's new pet, a duck. It's a house duck, Dave. It's a house duck. I have no idea what a house duck is. How on earth can you live in a house with a duck that you intend on keeping it inside? It's not as if you're going to train them to use the litter tray or whatever. It's a white one. It's are they the Aylesbury ducks?
Yeah.
But I was asked what I thought, and I probably sneeringly said it would go nice with orange sauce. But there'll be further updates through the summer, folks, on the house duck next door. This is wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. 59 for 4. You can't have a duck, can you?
I wouldn't have thought ducks are very lovable.
Well, like I said, I love a duck, but covered in orange sauce. There we are. Each to their own. It's better than a cockerel, I suppose, next door. Waking you up at all hours. 59 for 4, 25th over of the innings. Again, wide of the pegs, it goes through to Thomas Root. 3 slips, 2 more on the offside, a point and a wide-ish mid-off. And in fact, I've lost a fielder. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Oh yes, we've got 4 then on the leg side. The leg slip, the mid-wicket, a mid-on, and we have got a long leg down just in front of the giant screen away to our left. Haynes will get off the mark at long last, opening the face, guiding it down towards third for a single. Nice bit of fielding there to keep them to 1, but his 14th ball is the first one to leak a run. Jack Haynes off the mark, not 60 for 4. Survive and survive a little longer. That's really all they've got to play for, Notts. No chance of getting anywhere near a victory target of 473. Can they somehow, with no help from the weather, just bat all day? Ball into bowl and Hamid. You'd have to say, having watched Hamid as much as I have, that he didn't play at that, but for all the world...
Held his bat inside the line, didn't he?
Yeah, for all the world, you might also take a contrary view that he was beaten on the outside, but he didn't go hard at that.
It's one of his trademarks, isn't it? The way he just holds his bat inside the line of the ball. Tucked in right next to his pad.
Ball to Hamid. He'll get a run here. Pushing it into the space on the offside. Never any likelihood of a second. Rotating the strike. I guess that's... I mean, I don't know. It's a nigh impossible situation they're in, but sometimes you see these situations, Anthony, where teams just try and bat for hours on end and they decide, I'll stay at that end, you stay at this end, and away we go. And that just invites even more pressure, doesn't it, when the fielding side know they're not going to take the runs. Next ball's driven by Haynes, having got off the mark to the last ball he faced. He's now going to get, I think, his first boundary. It's nip and tuck. Oh, crikey. And the fielder has thrown himself full length, and the dangerous aspect of that was the ball just crossed the rope, and just the other side of the rope is the ground staff just having a morning snooze right by the hover cover, and when he went sliding, I thought he was going to land right on top of them. Who is it? Is this
that's young Oscar.
This is young Oscar giving it everything. There we go, great effort. He very nearly had Richard Marshall for breakfast, one of the ground staff. I don't know what they're doing over there. Just maybe they've had a whisper that it's going to rain.
Well, there is, as I said earlier, there is this mini cold front drifting across the Midlands, which it was suggested on the weather forecast, the local weather forecast last night, might produce a shower or two. Overton in and bowls, and this is punched into the offside by Hamid, but it'll be fielded by Goldsworthy at cover point.
Leicestershire still going, still 7 down. Lewis Hill there, he's playing the Hasib Hamid role for them. He's 71 not out. Yes, scored some good runs, but he's been at the crease for 5 hours and 2 minutes now. Faced 228 balls, Lewis Hill. He's got a little bit of support. Scriven is 9 not out with him. He's been there half an hour.
Overton in and bowls outside the off stump. Shot from Hamid.
That match, Leicestershire 341 for 7 in their second innings. They lead Essex by 127 with 3 wickets remaining.
Go Leicestershire.
And so say all of us. At Scarborough, Warwickshire 69 for 3 in their second innings, so they've also been set about 450. Unlikely to get the win. Yorkshire needs 7 wickets.
Overton bowls to Hamid, who drives handsomely down the ground. 4 runs. Overpitched by Craig Overton. Nice juicy half volley on off stump, and Overton's furious with himself.
The other Division 1 game in this round of matches, of course, Surrey and Hampshire were drawn last week. That was brought forward a week. Yesterday, Sussex defeated Glamorgan by an innings in 3 days. Division 2, there's only 2 matches remaining after wins yesterday for Kent over Lancashire and Durham over Derbyshire. Gloucestershire 264 for 7 at Northampton. Match delayed, or a start to day 4 delayed there. Gloucestershire lead by 67 with 3 wickets left.
That's that little cold front I was talking about. Here's Overton in to bowl to Hamid down the leg side, and this time he has been caught down the leg side. Up goes the umpire's finger, and that's the end of Haseeb Hamid. 69 for 5. Good catch from Thomas Rue down the leg side, and Hamid has gone for 25 and not in real trouble now. 69 for 5.
Whereabouts is that cold front? Northampton, we think. Can we get it up the M1 fairly quickly? That might just accelerate the end of this match. We're joined again by listeners to 5 Sports Extra at the moment that Haseeb Hamid has gone. Nottinghamshire's main hope, you'd imagine, of managing somehow to bat through the day and get an unlikely draw in a match that they've been very much second best throughout. Hamid has tickled one from Craig Overton down the leg side, and Thomas Rue with the gloves on has just really added to a really impressive CV from this one match alone. He made 68 in the first innings, a swashbuckling century yesterday. He's now keeping wicket, and that's another good catch he's taken.
It was a very good catch, and Hamid didn't question the decision at all, just walked off, and knew that he'd probably just got a bit of glove onto it as he looked to help it down to a fine leg.
Everybody without fail from a Nottinghamshire persuasion that I spoke to this morning said we need Joe Clark and Haseeb Hamid to bat all day, Dave, and they've both gone. Jack Haynes is out there. He's just got a little bit of a start, 5 from 15 balls. He's now joined by Lyndon James, who's on a pair. He's not, by his standards, had a great game so far, Lyndon James, so just maybe he's been saving it all up for this moment of salvation, but salvation's a long time from being completed here for Notts. We're still very much inside the first hour of the morning. We're only just past the half-hour mark. Lyndon James, career best of 203 not out, came against Hampshire at the Utility Bowl last year, closing in on 3,500 runs. Vastly experienced player, has scored some very useful runs over the years, including some useful runs against Somerset, but this is a tricky situation with not 69 for 5, having been set to score 473.
Craig Overton then to Lyndon James. 3 slips and a leg slip. He's in and bowls, and James has come half forward, plays that off the face of the bat to backward point. Well, a major obstacle to Somerset's hopes of a win here has been removed with the dismissal of Haseeb Hamid. Although, as you were saying, Dave, he's not been having as good a season this year, Hamid, as last year.
No.
Or indeed the year before. As Overton is in bowls, this is turned into the onside, fielded by Oscar Coleman. End of a successful over from Craig Overton. 2 for 16 he has in 8 overs, 3 of which were maidens.
Anthony, do you mind a mention of your dear old dad?
No, not at all, no.
Roger Han has just got in touch. Brace Cricket at iCloud.com if you want to send an email. Roger Han. Hi Dave, firstly I want to say how much I enjoy your coverage of the County Championship. It's been particularly good with Anthony alongside you this week. Although I'm a Hampshire fan, I have to admit I enjoy watching Notts and Somerset whenever I can on the ECB streaming service. We're just waiting for Jake Ball to deliver the next ball. Earlier in the game you mentioned Anthony's father, who I believe was Alan, and this brought back many happy memories for me. This ball is in and bowls, and this is run to backward point. There's no run. I remember a programme that I used to listen to with my parents. I think it was Alan and a chap called Derek Jones, who used to present it on Saturday morning on the old BBC Home Service. It was just a couple of guys chatting together and playing the occasional record. My parents loved it. Kind regards to you both, Roger Hand. Thank you very, very much, Roger.
It's called Good Morning, with my father broadcast from Plymouth and Derek Jones from Bristol. It was quite groundbreaking at the time.
Ball bowls. Haynes drives into the offside, into the space on the offside. Not properly got hold of it. There'll be ample time to return for a second. It was Jack Haynes on to 71 for 5. Yeah, Anthony's father, Alan Gibson.
It was a record request programme with quite a lot of sort of chat and jokes and what have you. And father got himself banned from the BBC for a joke. One fly saying to the other, "Woe is me,
steady,
for I am
steady.
undone.
Think
Woe
of
is
your
me,
career."
for I am undone." That was enough to get him banned.
Haynes again. He's played this one more solidly. I think I spoke over the punchline then, so we might. If it's allowed these days, it has gone for 4. If it's allowed these days,
one fly saying to the other, "Woe is me, for I am undone." It's hardly.
you are naughty.
Yeah, well, he got him banned, but by popular request, there was a bit of an outcry from the listeners, and he was reinstated. But yeah,
how long was the ban? Do we know?
It was a couple of weeks, I think. But it was one of the first programmes that was actually presented from 2 different studios, Plymouth and Bristol.
75 for 5. Jack Haynes on 11. Couple of nice shots there from the bat of Jack Haynes. Pushes this into the covers. Was that alongside his cricket broadcasting career?
Yeah. It was he was a Test match cricket commentator.
Yep.
Father, and of course wrote cricket about cricket for the Times for many years. But yes, he started his career as a BBC staffer, producer in Plymouth in the early 1950s, doing all sorts of broadcasting.
Haynes has 11. Ball bowls to him, pushed into the offside. And if you don't mind, while we're on who were his contemporaries then in the old Test match special box at the time?
Well, I mean the great names: John Arnott, Rex Alston, Brian Johnston, Norman Yardley summarising.
Bill Frindle, the Stato then?
It was Roy Webber probably for most of father's commentating career. Bill Frindle at towards the end.
Haynes has 11. Ball to bowl to him wide of the off stump and through to the keeper, and that's where you became involved initially. He would take you to games and get you in the commentary box.
Well, he my BBC debut was as a scorer in 1969 because Gloucestershire were playing the West Indies at Bristol, and the regular BBC West of England scorer couldn't do it for some reason. So the producer Tony Smith asked my father if he knew anyone who could stand in as a scorer, and father said, "Well, yeah, I'm sure my son would be delighted to do it." So that was how I got my start, and I carried on, and I was a scorer for the BBC for a good many years.
Scorebook and pencil days?
No, Bill Frindle score sheets.
Right.
We were using that system even then. Here's Overton in and bowls to James, who plays down square of the wicket on the offside. Actually, I scored the 1975 World Cup final for the BBC World Service, which was quite an experience. Best game of one-day cricket I've ever seen.
We were talking about that earlier in the match, weren't we? Roy Frederick stepping on his stumps.
Absolutely.
And Clive Lloyd's match-winning 100.
And Jeff Thompson. I've never seen anyone bowl faster than Jeff Thompson did that day. Is Overton to James, and he's caught by Thomas Roux. Good catch. I thought for a moment he'd let it go. He took it one-handed in front of first slip. It's the 6th Nottinghamshire wicket to go down, 75 for 6, and a stunningly good catch from Thomas Roux has accounted for Lyndon James without scoring.
Yeah, it's a pair for Lyndon James. I believe it's the first one of his career. Troops off with not seen a whole heap of trouble, but I'll tell you what, James Rew is away with England. His brother, he had a fine knock yesterday, got 50, and then off he went to join up with England. Should have taken this fellow with him. What a match Thomas Rew is having. He's played terrifically well with the bat, and that's his second really good catch of the morning, third of the innings.
He really flew across to his right to take that catch. We just watched the replay. I think it probably would have carried to first slip, so it's just as well he took the catch. But great piece of wicket keeping, committing to it, and just clutching the ball between his thumb and his forefingers. And well, applause all round from his colleagues in the cordon. Terrific piece of wicket keeping.
It really was. It's just again accelerated the Somerset route to victory here. Here comes Liam Patterson-White to join Jack Haynes. Did see a little shot actually just before that dismissal of around the ground and some darker looking clouds just sort of circling round. I'm not going to put myself in opposition to the ground staff or say I've got a different point of view. They're there through a precaution just in case they're needed. They are there by the hover cover, but I would be absolutely staggered if we get any interruptions. I've seen this sort of weather 1,000 times, and it does tend to blow around the ground. It doesn't look as threatening as it generally seems to be when we do get interruptions. So Patterson-White playing his 68th first-class match, 200s. His first came against Somerset down at Taunton in 21. Needs something similar and more.
Here's Overton in and bowls to him outside the off stump, and he lets it go through to wicket-keeper Thomas Rew. What I liked about that catch was the way that he took responsibility for it. He went for it.
Yeah.
This is my catch. There were no half measures about it. No hesitation. And
it's a case of one of the cricketing disciplines rubbing over onto the other one. He's must be so high on confidence after his innings yesterday.
Overton in and bowls, pitching this one right up, turned into the onside by Patterson-White, fielded by Jack Leach.
Well, coming towards the end of the over, can I just press you again on your dad whilst we were talking? I mean, what would have been the standout moments then of his TMS commentating career, apart from the World Cup final?
The standout moment, you still hear it from time to time, and that was the last day of the Lord's Test in 1963, West Indies, when Cowdrey came out with his arm in plaster. This is outside the off stump, no shot from Liam Patterson, and father was lucky enough to find himself on the microphone for that last over when 3 different results were possible, and it was a very, very dramatic moment in the history of Test cricket.
Who'd broken his arm? Was it Wes Hall in the first innings?
Yeah, Wes Hall. Yeah.
Great West Indian fast bowler, the Reverend Sir Wesley Hall.
Yes, still very much with us, I'm glad to say.
Yeah.
Overton bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Patterson-White in bowls outside the off stump, no shot from Patterson-White. End of another successful over for Craig Overton. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 16 for Somerset's acting captain, and he has bowled well. He's a real leader, is Craig Overton. He's maybe not as strategic as Lewis Gregory, but if you want someone to be alongside in the trenches, then Craig Overton would be your man.
This morning, Notts have lost Joe Clark for 4. Seba Mead. I didn't make a note actually of how many Mead got on the scorecard here. He made 25, and Lyndon James out without scoring. Bowling change, Jake Ball out of the attack. Going to be the young Tyro, another of Somerset's exciting youngsters, Alfie Ogborn. And he bowled 3 overs at the start of this innings. In fact, he didn't quite get it right yesterday, did he?
He was trying too hard, trying to bowl too fast.
Comes on with not 75 for 6 from the Stuart Broad end, the pavilion end. Bowls to Haynes. First ball is pitched right up in the block hole, angling in towards middle and leg, and Haynes Just jabs it out onto the onside, and there's no run. Haynes was sort of left with the lower order in the Notts first innings, had to go about his own business and getting 57, but also certainly towards the back end had to try and chaperone Dylan Pennington and Mo Ali for as long as he could, and then we had that little bit of sort of false cricket with Somerset putting everybody on the boundary when Haynes was on strike. He's got 11 now. Ogbourne bowls to him, and he'll drive this back past Alfie Ogbourne. There'll be a couple here. Jake Ball chasing after it. Haynes should be able to come back for a comfortable second, and does. And it's 77 for 6 here at Trent Bridge, Division 1 of the County Championship. Notts the defending champions. Notts were going into this round of matches table toppers. They could plunge right down the table. So tight is that Division 1 table. Don't even want to think about it just yet.
They'd be 5th. That's assuming that Essex win and assuming that Somerset win.
It is tightly congested, but it would be a big blow to Notts. Been unbeaten here at Trent Bridge for over 2 years.
It's still only been 9 points behind the leaders. I mean, it is, as you say, really congested at the top of Division 1.
Haynes has 13. Ball, Ogbourne, I beg your pardon, bowls to him, and it's took down to long leg, and they're going to push hard again, and there was nearly a coming together, an accidental coming together, I should add, as Haynes turned blind, looking to ensure he sprinted back for 2, but there, minding his own business, just stood in his way was Alfie Ogbourne, so Haynes had to take a bit of a detour rather than collide with the bowler. He managed to do that. 79 for 6. I've got the windows open in the commentary box here on the 3rd floor, and it has just decidedly turned a little chillier. Well, the breeze is gentle breeze, has to be said, has just slightly changed in direction, blowing in through the window. Next ball sees Haynes pushing to the offside. 79 for 6. So Fergus O'Neill to come, Dylan Pennington, and on debut Muhammad Ali.
Interesting that Ogbourne's bowling around the wicket to the right-handers rather than bowling over the wicket and angling it across them, so he's bringing the ball back in and to the right-handers.
Do you fancy he had a little bit of homework to do last night, Alfie Ogbourne? Here you are, have a look at this with the analyst. How he bowled yesterday. Here he comes again, and round the wicket, and Haynes flailing away outside the off stump. Can't get this away. This is the 5th ball of the over, so there's no real reason to protect Liam Patterson-White, who, as I say, has already got 2 first-class hundreds to his name. More than capable batter, but maybe Somerset will want to focus all their attention on the new arrival.
The other factor in the equation is that Ogbourne was in trouble with James Middlebrook, the umpire, for running on the pitch when he was bowling over the wicket.
Just seemed like every single delivery was about to fall head first onto the ground, like Mark Wood did for a while. Haynes can't get this one away. It's a good delivery from Alfie Ogbourne. Not a bad first over back at all. Went for 4 runs in the end, but that's okay. 79 for 6 in this innings. 3 wickets now to Craig Overton, 2 to Jake Ball and 1 to Jack Leach. Not 79 for 6. We've only had 11 overs this morning, and Notts have lost 3 wickets in that time, so whether we'll get any play this afternoon, I think, depends on a couple of things. One might be the rain if it does come, and 2 might be on this pair sticking around for a while.
Yeah, just slightly heavier clouds drifting across from the southwest.
It was almost inevitable once I said I would not expect it to rain. It was almost inevitable that it would, so I'll keep trying that. I'll keep trying the commentator's curse a little bit.
I think it will only be a shower if we do get any rain. Here's Overton in and bowls to Patterson-White, who plays that defensively out into the offside. Somerset persisting with 3 slips and a leg slip. Not worried about giving runs away. Wickets are the only currency that matters. Leggy Pretorius there at mid-off. I guess he'll come into the attack after maybe one more over after this from Overton. He's in bowls, and this is again played defensively by Patterson White. He's been right on the spot, Craig Overton, today though. Ball after ball, making the batsman play, bowling on a good length. He's overpitched a couple of times, driven down the ground by Nasib Hamid, but it's a good fault, keeping the ball well up to the bat. He's in and bowls outside the off stump, and Patterson White lets it go through. I was thinking this morning, Henry Crocombe has been called up by England.
Yeah. Robinson out the test now officially.
Ollie Robinson. Somerset played Sussex at Taunton back at towards the end of May, and Craig Overton looked a whole lot better bowler than Henry Crocombe, but I'm afraid the ship has probably sailed as Patterson White thinks about playing at that. But he's still one of the best fast medium bowlers in the country, is Craig Overton.
There's these people that play the old fantasy cricket games and what have you. You'd imagine he's got to be a shoo-in for that, wouldn't he? I don't sort of follow it myself, but you know, it's all based on people who can get you runs and wickets and whatever, and he's going to always deliver one way or another, Overton.
He's in and bowls again outside the off stump,
as he has done in this innings with 3 wickets. Incidentally, and Anthony won't say it, incidentally, if you were just piqued with interest by the start of Anthony's broadcasting career and that of his father, there is a very good book on the subject, isn't there? What's it called? West Countryman?
Oh, on my book, yes, West Countryman, yeah.
West Countryman, Anthony Gibson,
and
if you want
to...
to...
a collection of my father's cricket reports for the Times. There's Overton is in and bowls, and there's no run here called Of Didcot and the Demon, which won the Cricket Society MCC Book of the Year award back in 2010. Yeah, just going back to Crocombe and Overton. Henry Crocombe in Somerset's first innings down at Taunton, 23 overs, no maidens, 0 for 103. Craig Overton in the Sussex second innings, when they were 7 down for 113 when the rain came. Craig Overton, 13 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 14.
Yeah, it can happen, can't it? 79 for 6, Nottinghamshire. We are we're almost coming up to the end of the first hour of the morning. Down the leg side, taken again well by Thomas Root. Start of the 31st over of the innings. Jack Haynes has 15. There isn't a day of cricket up and down the country that goes by without the occasional strangle down the leg side. We've already had Nasib Hamid this morning, and Jack Haynes was just having a little fiddle at that one as it slid down. Ogbourne in again down the leg side, and again well taken. A couple of things there. Really good work by Root, light on his feet, got across there, took it well down the leg side. But again, back to the bowler Ogbourne, he did end up flat on his face on the ground at the other end.
He's throwing himself into his bowling, quite literally.
So that's a balance issue, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think he's losing.
If you remember the Overton twins,
yes,
often ended up flat on their faces in mid-pitch in their earlier days.
Here he comes again, Ogbourne. This is his 5th over. Bowls now to Haynes, and he's left alone by Haynes. I was deliberately watching the bowler there. It seemed like he put the brakes on. There was no sort of follow-through at all there, was there?
No.
Concentrating too much on not falling over, and that's not really the way to be bowling in any sort of rhythm. I've not seen Miguel Pretorius this morning. I'm not saying that Ogbourne should be whisked out of the attack straight away because he's nearly fallen over as well as actually falling over, but there is Pretorius as another option. 79 for 6. Comes in again, Ogbourne. that's a little better from him. Again, Haynes happy to leave it alone because it was wide enough to do so.
I fancy we'll see Jack Leach before too long.
Yeah. bracecricket@icloud.com if you'd like to pass on any of your messages. As always, huge thanks to the camera crew that have been on duty throughout the 4 days, bringing you the pictures and the coverage from around the ground. Could have great powers of they tell me now we just stand here, Dave, and we listen to what you tell us, and we'll point the camera at the ball, but you've got to have great powers of concentration, I think, as this is wide of the off stump from Ogbourne. He's having all sorts of inner mental turmoil here.
He's not comfortable, is he?
No. 79 for 6, but yeah, great stuff to keep the old cameras following where the ball has gone. Often better than we can do it, or always better than we can do it, really. 1 ball left in the 31st over. Leicestershire have lost a wicket. That just flashes in front of my eyes. 362 for 8. So they lead Essex by 148. As Haynes can't get it through the offside, and as we look towards the far end, Ogbourne absolutely flat on his face, and he's just got up, he's just beat the referee's count, got up at the count of 8. What's the umpire signalling there? Signalling James Middlebrook towards Martin Saggers. Oh, just to say Jake Ball's trotting off. Just right. Letting him know, yeah, Jake Ball's just trotted off, so Somerset will be down to the bus driver and the tea lady, I think.
Well, I presume it'll be Josh Shaw who comes on.
Going to be Pretorius into the attack in any case. I was about to tell you that Leicestershire had lost the wicket of Scriven and a fellow well known to cricket followers in the West Country, Josh Davey, I beg your pardon. Josh Davey is out there now alongside Hill, who is 83 not out. Leicestershire lead Essex by 150 with 2 wickets left.
Well, Josh Davey, of course, opened the batting here for Somerset with Lewis Gregory last year in the equivalent fixture, and certainly fancies himself as a batsman. Reckons his batting abilities were not sufficiently recognised when he was with Somerset. Hence his elevation from number 9 to an opener. Here's Pretorius into Patterson White, and that's very wide, and shoots along the ground, and Thomas Rue has to spread himself in front of first slip to make the stop.
They won't want him firing blanks, because at the other end is clearly a little bit of concern about Alfie Ogbourne, not least from the bowler himself. Twice in that last over he ended up flat on his face. A couple of times he pulled up having released the ball so he didn't fall flat on his face.
Here's Pretorius in and bowls, and this is cut fiercely away through the slapped really through the offside. It was a horizontal bat shot, but not a more of a, as I say, a slap through the offside than a cut off the full face of the horizontal bat. 4 runs to Patterson White. He's off the mark with that shot. 83 for 6. Fairly gentle, short and wide one from Pretorius, who's taking a bit of time to get going this morning.
Yeah, he's bowled one delivery that could have been called a wide, one that was a little closer to Patterson White that he's slapped through the offside for 4, so he's got to bring it in a little bit, try and target that off stump line a little more.
Got a short extra cover has been placed for Pretorius in and bowls, and that's better. Goes past the outside edge. Much better.
Yeah, fair to say that with all his experience, he knew what needed to be done to adjust. That's the sort of thing that will come to Ogbourne in the fullness of time. We may be getting a bit of leech actually, because on the boundary edge I can see there's some protective gear in the form of pads and helmets being laid on the grass by the boundary rope, ready for the end of the over.
It's Pretorius in and bowls to Patterson White. Plays that defensively out into the offside, picked up by Josh Thomas. We've got a short extra cover in response to that flat batted shot through the offside that was in the air for some time from Patterson White.
Made a right old mess of his shirt, Pretorius. He obviously is one of those, he polishes the ball with the front of his shirt and it's smeared cricket ball red.
Here he comes again. Nice easy approach. He's there and bowls. A swing and a miss from Patterson White. And Tractors in good voice over there on the Fox Road stand. Go on, Mickey!
Not too many in the ground today, as we mentioned earlier. As you'd expect, it's a cold, chilly day, but also it's a cold, chilly scoreboard and match situation as far as the home folk are concerned, the home followers. Ground staff are leaving, one or two of them are leaving the position of the hover cover.
Pretorius to Patterson White outside the off stump. Good carry through to Thomas Rue on that occasion, but too wide.
Go and put the kettle on, they say. Go and put the kettle on, it's not going to rain.
End of the over, 83 for 6, 4 to Patterson White and 15 to Haynes, Jack Haynes.
Notts losing Joe Clark, begging pardon, for 4 this morning, and then Asiba Mead for 25. Lyndon James completing a pair, out for naught for the second time in the match. Hopes of batting through the day. They'll just do it. Well, we nearly got Radio Nottingham there asking us to do an update, and unable to do so. Ogbourne's getting another over. 83 for 6. Going to be Ogbourne then. We have indeed, yes, an hour's play here this morning. Nottinghamshire hoping for salvation, trying to bat through the day, but they've lost 3 more wickets this morning. Joe Clark early on for 4. Asiba Mead, the big one, maybe the captain, out for 25, and Lyndon James for 0. Notts haven't been beaten here at Trent Bridge for over 2 years. In real trouble here. They're chasing 473, and at the moment they're 83 for 6. There's Ogbourne from the pavilion end, left arm round the wicket, bringing the ball into Haynes, who drives it back towards the bowler. Gets a hand to it, parries it to Jake Ball at mid-off, and there's no run.
I fancy this will be Alfie Ogbourne's last over in this spell, unless he takes the wicket. I think we'll see Jack Leach coming on from that far end.
I think they're having 1 or 2 difficulties back at base, trying to get hold of us, and now we've got a bit of music. 83 for 6. Here's Ogbourne round the wicket. Haynes turns it onto the leg side, and there's no addition to the total. Got a bit of crane movement, Anthony, at the far end. It's not the sort of crane that will delight the ornithologists. It's the large red crane that's been there for certainly the cricket season. I don't know how much of the winter before that it was there, just obviously moving the pieces at the far end like a giant game of Jenga. Very high. Tip of it's almost as high as the floodlights. Next ball is cut into the offside, in fact over the offside and away for 4 by Haynes. Got hold of that one, didn't he? Played it with conviction. Just managed to lift it away for a boundary. Wonder if they'll go hard at it with the crane during the luncheon interval, assuming we get a luncheon interval. Of course the game might be over by then, but I wonder if they've sort of been given the instructions. You can work up until about 11:15, and then you've got best part of half an hour during the luncheon interval to
They're going to have to look lively to get the seats in front of the pavilion before the test match, aren't they?
Have faith. It'll all look good. Week on Thursday, always down on the ground again, Ogbourne, and it's not doing him, or I guess indeed his side, a deal of good here. It's the 3rd time in a couple of overs that he's ended up on the ground, and of course it's a hard ground as well. It's not like he's landing on a nice comfy trampoline or the sand on the beach. He got up there and was sort of rubbing his elbows and his looking at his hands in case he scuffed them by the wrists. Hated to see kids falling over and they cut their knees and their hands. I remember, when I'm going to say still do it as Ogborn is in and bowls, and again he's down on the ground, and it's got to be a distraction as well for Jack Haynes. But I would say the kindest thing here that Craig Overton can do is say, have a little blow, Alfie. He's gone down 4 times in 2 overs there, and I'm sure he would be fit to carry on. I don't think he's hurt himself to that extent, but it's not good to see him rolling around on the ground. In fact, it's going to go off the pitch, and it's 87 for 6. There will be a bit of Jack Leach, and before that a bit of Miguel Pretorius.
And Nicky, Somerset Backpuss, Nicky King says, don't think this will be much solace for Dave, but the Met Office radar suggests that the band of light rain showers will arrive at Trent Bridge shortly before lunch and will have passed through within an hour. So it doesn't look as if Nottinghamshire are going to be saved by the weather. They will have to save themselves, as Pretorius is in to Patterson White outside the off stump. No shot from the Nottinghamshire left-hander. We've just got the 2 slips. Short extra cover, who is Josh Thomas, well wrapped up. Backward point, extra cover, conventional extra cover, deepish mid-off. Pretorius in bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Patterson White. 87 for 6 knots. They started this morning at 47 for 3, so 39 for 3 this morning. The wickets of Joe Clark, Hasib Hamid and Lyndon James. 1 wicket to Jake Ball, bowling Joe Clark, and 2 to Craig Overton. As Pretorius is in and bowls, it caught at second slip by Craig Overton. That's the 7th wicket. Rather a loose shot from Patterson White, if we're being honest. A good low catch though by Craig Overton, who made that look the easiest thing in the world. It certainly wasn't. But Patterson White has gone for 4 and Knott's 87 for 7.
Yes, it's not been entirely unexpected the way the morning has panned out. Somerset have very much dominated the game. They lost the toss, of course, not stuck them in way back when. There'll be 1 or 2, of course, looking at the Notts side, the Notts makeup of the game here, and 1 or 2 things that they could perhaps have done a little differently. But in truth, the cricket that we've had has been dominated by the visitors here. This ball from Pretorius, just very nicely brought in from wide on the crease to the left-hander, and I fancy it was just nipping away, actually, having pitched. And Liam Patterson White might even have caught a foot mark there. Always a little tricky for the left-handers, and it's a good low catch by Overton. Here's a battler, Fergus O'Neill, on his way out to the middle. This is his last game, certainly of his current contract at Trent Bridge. Will be available for the game against Essex.
And Alfie Ogborn going off the field with Laura Holmes, the Somerset physio. He's looking very, very down, is Alfie Ogborn. I don't know whether he has actually hurt himself, but he's looking more unhappy than I've ever seen Alfie Ogborn, who's as cheerful a soul as you could ever hope to meet.
It was a painful watch, actually, Anthony, watching his last 2 overs there, because he fell twice. He prevented himself from falling on. He fell twice in each of his last 2 overs. So that's 4 times down on the ground, and of the other 8 deliveries, at least 2 or 3 times he sort of didn't have any follow through. He delivered the ball, and then you could see him visibly trying to stop himself from falling. And it's no surprise really that he's been brought out of the attack, and as you say, he's been helped off. But hopefully there's nothing too dramatically wrong or health-wise too much that would rule him out from the next game. He's just had a difficult time of it, and that maybe has all come around from yesterday going over the wicket and getting the odd word about running on the wicket. Maybe it's just something he's not particularly used to bowling around the wicket. I don't know.
Pretorius, he's going back over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Fergus O'Neill. He's there in bowls outside the off stump. That goes through to Thomas Rue, the Somerset sub for James Rue. Oscar Coleman has donned the fielding pads, so he will be at forward short leg for presumably the next over from the Stuart Broad end, which will be bowled by Jack Leach. Here comes Pretorius in and bowls to O'Neill. This is edge, just short of third slip, who is Archie Vaughan. To Jordan Herman at first, Craig Overton as usual at second, and Archie Vaughan fielding that well as it came quickly off the outside edge of Fergus O'Neill's bat. Pretorius, just rather shuffling approach. He's there now and bowls. This is driven nicely away through the offside. That'll be 4 runs. Over pitch from Pretorius, and O'Neill playing a classical off drive brings in 4 runs. 91 for 7 at the end of that Pretorius over. That was his first wicket. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23. And I'm fairly sure it's going to be Jack Leach to bowl the next over. Or is it? No, perhaps it's going to be Jake Ball.
So there was certainly all the clues, wasn't there, with the arrival of the protective gear.
It's going to be Jake Ball,
yeah.
I think.
Certainly been very effective since entering this game. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 26, his figures. Smith's Ben Slater yesterday, and this morning sent Joe Clark's off stump spiring out of the ground. Former Notts man, of course. He's had a couple of loan spells, hasn't he, away from Somerset last season. Did he go to Durham and Kent?
Yeah, he got 5 for up at
Kent as
yes,
well?
yeah, Kent. Yeah. But he got a 5 for up at Chester Street.
Here he comes in to bowl now to Haynes, pushes it into the offside. I guess 1 or 2 moving on has meant that he's been needed a little more this season. Davey would have been one of those that might have had a game or 2 last year where Jake was left out. 91 for 7. He's played for England in all 3 formats earlier in his career, of course. Hugely experienced. Went on an Ashes tour, and Haynes drives this through the offside for 4 runs. That's a nice shot from Jack Haynes. Has to be said, the standout Notts batter in this match. 57 in the first innings. He's now taken his match aggregate up to 80. 23 not out in this innings.
And I think that's Josh Shaw who fielded that, who is on as sub for Alfie Ogborn.
In the 35th over of the innings, ball to Haynes, back in defensive blocking mode. Notts were bowled out in their first innings in 64 overs for just 193. Looks to be a tricky old assignment here to even bat for as long as that, let alone bat for the 114 overs that they need to bat to get the draw, assuming there's no weather intervention. Ball in again from the pavilion end, bowls and goes through to the keeper. Got his hat-trick here against Middlesex in 2016, 10 years or so now ago from this end. At Middlesex, who went on to win the title that year. They were 0 for 3 here. in their second innings. Great first over from Jake Ball. Happy times in his Notts career. Haynes a little play and a miss at that one outside the off stump. Did have his injuries, missed both the 2013 and 2017 Lord's finals. The 2013 one where Notts beat Glamorgan, he'd actually been man of the match here against Somerset in
against
the
Somerset, I was going to
yeah.
say, and Somerset were rolled over for not very many runs at all.
He played his part in Notts' 2 blast wins, 2017-2020. 95 for 7. Nottinghamshire. Ball in again to Haynes, having to be ultra cautious against Jake Ball. Pushes it to Wiley Schmidt-off. Another over comes to an end. Remains cold and chilly. The remainder of the ground staff heading back for a cup of tea, so clearly they're not of the opinion there's going to be any weather interruptions. Can Notts bat for another 43 minutes and take us to the lunch break, or will this be done and dusted in this session?
Just, I'm not sure if you've seen this, Dave, but Michael Vaughan, who was here yesterday, tweeted yesterday afternoon, Thomas Roux is a serious player. His batting tempo for someone so young is incredible. Absolute pleasure to watch his batting this week against Notts. That's high praise from Michael Vaughan.
I tell you what, any wicket-keeping specialists who've watched him this morning would be impressed.
There's Pretorius in and bowls to Fergus O'Neill, who plays that defensively. And Peter Shaw, who's obviously a fan of the younger Vaughan, referring to Michael Vaughan's tweet, says, "Good, not a patch though on his young teammate Archie." Archie, what's his surname again? Well, I must say I share Peter Shaw's admiration for Archie Vaughan. He hasn't really done himself justice yet, but all of the raw materials are there. This is outside the off stump, and O'Neill shoulders arms. I think that Archie Vaughan and Thomas Roux are both outstanding young talents.
2 other Division 1 games. Leicestershire bat on 380 for 8, leading Essex by 166, and Warwickshire 98 for 4 at Scarborough. Really, Yorkshire needs 6 wickets there. That's how it's shaping up.
It's Pretorius in and bowls outside the off stump. Had a tweet as well from Greg Hill, who says, "Afternoon, Anthony. Thank you for the commentary. It's been an incredible performance from Somerset. Hopefully they can polish the job off. I've been listening throughout the weekend whilst doing my editing. It was nice to see you the other day, all but shortly." That was one of the last games. Greg Hill was at County Ground in Taunton.
What's your correspondent editing?
He does his own radio programme for it's a specialised radio station in Exeter. Greg comes from Honiton. That's played into the onside, no run. 95 for 7. Warren McGee, says Tractor. Here comes McGee. He's in bowls to O'Neill, who's solidly forward.
They had a delayed start to the final day at Northampton, but they're on now. Gloucestershire 266 for 7 in their second innings, leading the home county by just 69 with those 3 wickets left. And the other remaining Division 2 game is at New Road, Worcester, where Worcestershire 101 for 2 in their second innings. They require 257 more. Division 2 Middlesex require 8 wickets, obviously.
Pretorius got 3 slips to O'Neill, who gets one that doesn't bounce, and did his best to get an edge on it, but couldn't quite manage it. End of that over. 95 for 7, 23 to Jack Haynes and 4 to Fergus O'Neill.
Starting to hear more and more noise coming from the far end. No great DIY. I don't know if that's a circular saw or some such that we heard. Seem to be really getting on with things. Seen a little bit of movement from the crane. Can see plenty of orange high-vis jackets at the far end, and I don't think at pitch level they'll be able to see them. Otherwise, Jack Haynes wouldn't be preparing to face Jake Ball now. They seem to be right behind his arm, but as we look, Ball bowls, Haynes turns this on the leg side, and they're going to change ends for the first time in a while. Haynes moves to 24. It'll be 96 for 7. Fergus O'Neill down to face Jake Ball. There we go. Another excellent shot of the hard-working builders.
Yep.
The Hard Hat Brigade. I think Taunton was sort of the first ground where they sort of had hard hat areas in the blast, or sort of name it as such. And I think they sold sort of plastic hard hats for a while, didn't they?
They did, yeah. Orange ones.
Ball turns. Might even be a little bit of sunshine trying to break through. Comes in now to O'Neill, playing almost French cricket from in front of the stumps. Pushes it back to the bowler. Why orange when...
It was the same colour as the sponsor, whose wares were being advertised.
And Somerset still have, in the T20 Blast matches, a different home and away shirt.
No, they have a different batting and bowling shirt.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
What a clown. That's what I meant to say. Ball bowls, O'Neill leaves it alone. That can only be for sponsorship reasons and selling replica
it's
shirt
selling
reasons.
replica shirt reasons. The batting shirts are sort of fuchsia, and the fielding shirts are black.
And the people who buy replica batting shirts look down their noses at those who wear.
If it was me, I think I'd go for the black one.
O'Neill with a nudge onto the onside and takes a single. And do some actually in the interval, can they be seen taking one shirt off and popping another one on, depending on which way around it is?
To do that in the privacy of the dressing room, I think. But yes.
No, I mean spectators.
Spectators.
Does Tractor whip off one shirt and put another one on?
Oh, that's a very interesting question. I've never noticed it.
Tractor will know.
I don't know whether they actually sell any more replica shirts as a result of it. I think if it was me, I'd choose one or the other and wouldn't bother with both. But then, probably the real enthusiasts.
You'll be getting a rap across the knuckles from the marketing department, Anthony Gibson. Should be saying, yes, buy both. Here's Ball in now, bowls. This is wide of the off stump through to the keeper, 97 for 7. Do have to say again and give a shout out for the shop here. I don't get into the shop at Trent Bridge as much as I should, but I've spent the last couple of lunchtimes in there, and crikey, stocked with goodies now, and lots of championship winning memorabilia and clothing and merchandise and what have you. Love the white shirt. This ball is pushed into the offside. Up to mid-off, in fact. No run. That ends the over. Ends the 37th over of the innings. 97 for 7. Who's this trotting on? This isn't young Alfie back, is it?
That's Alfie.
Yeah, he's back.
Yep.
Here comes Alfie. What's it all
Josh
about, Alfie, as Silly used to sing? Hope he's okay.
Just gets an affectionate pat on the bottom from Josh Shaw. As he's,
is that how he greets
off.
everybody, Josh Shaw?
Yes.
You'll be all right, Alfie. You'll be all right. You've not done a lot wrong.
I think it was his pride was more hurt than his body, and he just looked completely dejected as he was wandering off.
He wasn't out with you sampling some of the hostelries of Nottingham last night, losing his balance, was he?
No, certainly not. Pretorius in and bowls, and Fergus O'Neill defends. Sun is trying to break through. There's plenty of cloud around, but I don't think it's influencing the way the ball is behaving. There's been no swing really at any stage. Perhaps a little bit first thing on Friday morning.
Oh, there's one or two taking the trouble to get in touch that have been tardy in reading out, so we can have a go at that.
It's Pretorius in and bowls to O'Neill, who drives this nicely away through the offside. finds the gap between extra cover and mid-off, and that is 4 runs. And over-pitched and a bit wide from Pretorius, inviting the off-drive, and Fergus O'Neill obliged, and that's the Nottinghamshire 100 on the board. Some slightly ironic cheers.
Put the bunting up.
101
Fanfares, marching bands, cheerleaders, pom-poms. Lots have got 3 figures.
They need a little matter of a further 372 runs to win this game. Pretorius in and bowls. This is driven and well fielded by Goldsworthy at backward point.
As you know, Anthony, I'm a real technical idiot, and I've got a new tablet for this season. People say, please can we send emails to you, please can we send emails to you, and so on. So, well, this tablet, which is, it seems to be working okay, and folks are getting in touch. Thank you very much, you're so kind. bracecricket@icloud.com. But I can't stop new arrivals, if you like, first-time correspondence going into the junk folder.
That's turned down to a long leg for a single by O'Neill, 102 for 7.
And I can only apologise, A, that this ridiculous tablet thinks you are junk or spam or whatever it is, and B, I keep forgetting to look in there. One such is David Morris from Sayalonga in Andalusia. I've probably not pronounced any of that correctly apart from David. David Morris in Sayalonga, Andalusia. We were talking about shirt numbers earlier. Surely the best shirt number for any music lover is Route 66. Yes, hoping for a Knott's miracle. Yeah. All the best, David. Thank you, David. Route 66.
Pretorius to Haynes outside the off stump. No shot from Haynes. Somerset very much in plugging away mode at the moment.
From a David to a Dave Walker, good morning both. Great game of red ball cricket with Somerset putting in a thoroughly professional display after the recent subpar performances in both formats. Good to hear the usual erudite and genuinely appreciative commentary from all. I thought Somerset opening bowlers rather wasted the first over of this innings, or the first overs of this innings. Thanks again, Dave.
Not wrong. Pretorius to Haynes, too wide.
Peter Shaw, Outer London. The most humorous shirt number has got to be Route 66. Hey, is that crikey. Not sure what was left for his brother Billy. One for a direct approach, perhaps. Keep up the...
I think Billy's number 7, isn't he?
I can't remember what he had here or what he's got at Glamorgan, to be honest. Keep up the fine, educative commentary with Anthony. Well, he's the educated one of us both. I'm just a simple, comprehensive schoolboy. Tanya, lovely Tanya. Dear Dave, hello from the Guardian blog. I was wondering if you could confirm that James Rew has left the game early to join England. I've been looking for official confirmation. Can't find it anywhere.
That is the case.
There you are, Tanya. I do apologise. You've slipped, like many others, I'm afraid, Tanya, into the what's called the junk folder. I don't know why. I can only apologise, but there you are. I should know by now. Malcolm Lowry, Dave, thanks for the commentary. I'm listening from Glasgow. Feel I must point out that Scotland have only won one less World Cup than England. Absolutely right, Malcolm. Talking about footy. Still waiting for Leach to sort his field out. All of these are in the junk folder again. Apologies. I'll just have a little look at Jack Leach here, seeing what he can do to Fergus O'Neill, who's on 10. That's 102 for 7. It is 12:30. Will we get lunch? Will Anthony get his pie and chips or whatever's on the menu today?
It's pie and chips or fish and chips, I think.
Is it? As this is dropped on the leg side, or sandwich options are available. There'll be a vegan option. 102 for 7.
Lewis Hill's got his century for Leicestershire.
That's been a heroic effort, hasn't he? Ages ago, it seems, I said he'd been at the crease for 5 hours.
Josh Davey not out 17.
It's dropped on the leg side, and without having a pop at Grace Road, Leicester, if there's any rain there, it's more likely to keep them off for a while normally than it does at, shall we say, some of the other grounds in the East Midlands. It's down the leg side, tickled away by O'Neill, I think, off the bat. Going to come back for 2 somethings, 2 to O'Neill. 104 for 7. in they come, the emails. Need to have a stab at the end of the over, Anthony, to work my way through some of these.
Sure.
Leach to bowl to O'Neill, who's now on 12, 104 for 7. Next ball dropped on the leg side. Is there a short one? No. Long one, long one, long one, long one, long one, long one. Thank you. Leach again. O'Neill defends. Peter Reeford, thanks for the excellent coverage, Dave, from you and Anthony. Picture camera quality is right up there with Somerset's own streaming. Hope you're listening, Kirsty and Aaron, who look after that side of things. Thank you very much, Peter. He has a little more to add. Next ball is pushed back to the bowler. A quick one for Anthony as a Somerset supporter. Who is the young Somerset fielder wearing glasses? Our resources looking rather stretched at this point. Feeling like we'll be missing Lewis Gregory for a while. Great coverage, thank you. End of the over, 104 for 7.
It's Oscar Coleman, 18 years old, from Truro. He's a right-arm seam bowling all-rounder.
Charles Aldershaw, thanks for that. Just quickly before we flip around, Charles Aldershaw. Morning, Dave. Thanks again for the coverage and the company for this match. Always a pleasure to hear you and Anthony. Sadly not able to get to Trent Bridge today as chores to do before grandparent duty. Just starting to spot with rain in the Vale of Belvoir. Not sure it'll be enough to save knots, but it might irritate the tennis players up the road at University Boulevard. Appreciation, Charles Aldershaw. Thanks very much. Yes, Nottingham Tennis Open. Emma Raducanu, number 1 seed, pulling out on the first morning of the competition. That's not great, is it? There's more. Well, here's Pretorius. Here's Anthony.
It's Pretorius to Haynes with 3 slips. He's there and bowls, pitches this one up, hits the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Fergus O'Neill back in his ground. I'm not sure that Pretorius actually got a hand onto it.
No,
it was rather hard luck on Jack Haynes, because that, if it hadn't hit the stumps, I think would have gone for 4.
There was no appeal. Andrew Steele from Misterton in Somerset. On the subject of the youthful look of the Somerset side, says Andrew, when Overton is bowling, the slip cordon was T. Roo, Archie Vaughan, Alfie Ogborn and Josh Thomas. Perhaps Anthony, with the help of his statistician friend from Eli's.
Is Pretorius in bowls and caught behind. It's the 8th wicket. It's the end of Jack Haynes, and 104 for 7 becomes 104 for 8, and Haynes has gone, caught Roo, bowled Pretorius for 24, and Somerset closing in on what would be a famous victory here at Trent Bridge.
I don't know about a famous victory, but it's certainly a well-deserved victory, a milestone victory, a statistical victory.
Well, I say famous because of the number of Somerset absentees.
I
mean, it's a very inexperienced Somerset side, this one.
I can't do anything but agree and praise Somerset for how they've dominated this game. That one, it just did a little bit, and Jack Haynes has played very nicely in both innings. Just got a good one there, and he's annoyed. He's just nicked it. Where was I? Andrew from Misterton in Somerset. Perhaps Anthony, with the help of his statistician friend from Eli's, could confirm that this is the youngest slip cordon fielded by Somerset. Thanks for the commentary. Come on, Somerset, with Z's in. So we'll leave that one with you and.
I'm sure it is.
And Steve.
I'm not sure how one would ascertain that, but. I'm pretty sure it must be.
Dylan Pennington on his way to the middle. Ross Knuckles, Somerset T20 shirt design. Dave and Anthony referenced the new T20 Somerset shirts. There were 3 designs, and supporters were invited to vote which one should be selected. The winning design was the one I personally voted for, featuring the Somerset Dragon, not a wyvern. It's hard to see, as it's black on black with a purple outline and wonderfully sinister looking. I've not been wanting to tempt fate by messaging earlier. Felt if Jake Ball has a good day, Somerset would go on to win. Thanks for the excellent commentary from Ross. Thanks to you, Ross, for being with us. Dave Walker, I Mr. B, I've got to say Somerset's bowling this innings has been poor, with the exception of Craigo. Question for your brains trust: what remedial action should Somerset coaches take to nurture young Alfie? They'll sort that one out.
Yeah.
Thanks for getting in touch, Dave. I'll leave it with Anthony if he wants to come back in a minute. Yellow Belly, afternoon Dave. Not one for buying the replica shirts myself, though I suspect that those that choose to, though I respect those that choose to, for many it's the cost. As an example, last season the mighty Gingerbreads had 3 shirts, 1 home and 2 away. Regards Andy, the Yellow Belly, who we met the other day.
Here's Pretorius into the new batsman Dylan Pennington, who runs that off an open face down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. 108 for 8.
Easy game, Dylan, easy game, he says. The Gingerbreads there that Yellow Belly was referring to, of course, Grantham Town Football Club, his beloved Grantham.
I've had to get this tweet in from Ian Shepherd. Always look on the bright side of life. Well, we still can. Ian says, hoping Somerset can wrap this up so they're well rested for their trip to South Devon Cricket Club tomorrow at Newton Abbot for Lewis Gregory's testimonial T20 starting at 5:30. Tickets available on the gate, or visit southdevoncc.co.uk. Leach, Overton, TKC et al. All confirmed to attend. Would very much appreciate a plug on air if allowed. Well, there you are.
Very good, yeah.
Here's Pretorius in and bowls to Pennington, who plays and misses. So there we are. That's tomorrow afternoon, or tomorrow evening, starting at 5:30. South Devon Cricket Club at Newton Abbot. I expect you played there.
I was going to say it's another ground in Devon that I've
Yeah.
turned up to and disappointed my my teammates and all who knew me. 108
not
for
at
8.
all.
Roger Haynes streaming. Firstly, I want to say how much I enjoyed the coverage of the County Championship. Been particularly good to hear this week with Anthony alongside. Although I'm a Hampshire fan, I have to admit. We've done that. I beg your pardon. That's the one about then going on with the BBC Home Service.
Pretorius in and bowls, and this is dug out at Yorker length by Dylan Pennington. The slip cordon has been reinforced. We've now got 3 slips and a gully in the persons of Jordan Herman, Craig Overton, Archie Vaughan and Alfie Ogborn.
Not great radio, but a great photograph from David Gretton, who says pigeon vision. He's got taken a photograph of a pigeon on top of our static camera at the far end at Wilson.
Pretorius in and bowls. This is in the air, but well away from any of the onside fielders through mid-wicket. It's being chased down by Josh Thomas. They'll come back for 2 runs it was in the end. 110 for 8 is the score, and we've got 20 minutes or so to go before lunch, and 20 minutes in which Somerset will be hoping to polish off the last couple of wickets.
Carl Maycar. I thought initially, Carl, and I'm always wary of surnames and what have you with the surname Bracegirdle. I thought it said Carl Macari to begin with. I was going to say saw Lou Macari, who's just been given, I think, the MBE on breakfast telly this morning. What you know, he's the
footballer.
He was the ex-Manchester United and Scotland footballer, but he's devoted his post-playing career to looking after the homeless in Stoke-on-Trent, and you know, what a great man, a great inspiration he has been for the homeless in that area of the world, and he's done such wonderful things. I'll come back to you, Carl, in a moment as Leach bowls. This is turned on the leg side and there's no run. Carl Maycar, there's no I in the end, listening in Durham, loving the commentary, really descriptive. Durham match finish yesterday. Marty and Dave Fletch were fantastic, and they've been funny over the last few days. Regards. Thank you, Carl. It's an LBW strangled shout. I think there might have been some bat involved as O'Neill got well forward. Thanks to everybody that's been with us through the course of this match over the course of the weekend. Leach bowls. This is cut into the offside by O'Neill for a single. 100 and... oh, crikey. That's all you need. And if things couldn't get worse, Notts have dropped on Nelson here. 111 for 8. In the 41st over, Notts will have to regroup and go again. starting at Chelmsford on Friday. We'll just have a point on that in a moment. We're just waiting for Dylan Pennington to ready himself. It's all right against the quicks. How will he go against the spin? Plays it on the leg side, won't get a run. Last year, the only game Notts lost against Durham, there was all gloom and doom and disappointment and whatever. They bounced back just a few days later, the next match, with a really good performance and a really good win at Headingley. So I'm sure that will be the spirit of Headingley that's sent through the Notts camp ahead of the trip to Chelmsford. 111 for 8. Producer Kirsty has just sent me a little note, which is very kind. This is defended, saying last year Kirsty says she filmed with Lou Macari about his charity, and he is the loveliest man. He is indeed. Thank you, Kirsty. A really nice fella. He was on Breakfast Telly this morning. You know, they were just obviously congratulating him on his award in the birthday honours, but obviously, you know, Lou wanted to talk about the homeless work he's done. Absolutely terrific.
Leicestershire still going against Essex, 405 for 8. They are now 191 runs ahead. And I thought that Essex win was pretty firmly nailed on, but it's looking quite like that now, with Hill 104 not out and Josh Davey 21 not out.
Go on, Josh.
Yeah. Here we've got Miguel Pretorius bowling to Fergus O'Neill, who drives it back, and this time it evades the stumps and will be not pulled in by Jack Leach. Flings himself in a valiant attempt to make the stop. 4 runs. It is O'Neill on to 17, 115 for 8.
The fact they've both played some nice shots already means that Somerset at the moment are quite rightly focusing their attention on trying to get them both out. Under other circumstances, they might want to bowl rather more at Pennington than O'Neill.
Pretorius in and bowls, and this is driven straight again, and Alfie Ogborn just managed to get a fingertip to that and took some of the oomph out of it. So instead of being 4 runs, which it would otherwise have been, it's just 2 runs. He's really a wholehearted fielder, is Alfie Ogborn, and was referenced by Jason Kerr when I spoke to Jason at the end of the second day, I think it was. He said how well Ogborn had fielded, how many runs he'd saved. This is turned into the onside. There won't be a run here for Fergus O'Neill.
Well, it certainly hadn't stopped him from renewing acquaintances with the Trent Bridge grass, because he went down, as I say, 4 times during his last 2 overs bowling this morning, and I think one could be forgiven for excusing him putting a full-length dive in there, but saved a couple of runs. Good to see.
Sun is coming out as Pretorius is in and bowls, almost an outside edge.
I mean, has T-Roo got 4 catches in this innings? He'll be walking off with a match ball if he gets another one, won't he? He might in any case. I'd like to think he takes some sort of souvenir home to remember.
There's been a great debate going on as to which of the Roos was the younger when they scored their first class century, as Pretorius is in bowls. This is on leg stump, turned into the onside. And
who's done the working out?
Steve Pittard, and I've checked Steve Pittard's calculations.
It's from the great man.
James Rue was 18 years and 198 days, and Thomas Rue is 18 years and 197 days. So Thomas Rue was the younger, and that makes him the 3rd youngest Somerset first-class centurion, after Trevor Jones and Marcus Trescothick. This is driven back hard. That I think is going to be another 4 runs. Jack Leach is giving chase, but gives it up. And 3rd handsome straight drive in that over from Fergus O'Neill takes him on to 23 and Notts on to 121 for 8.
It's just a little bit like dabbing a little more aftershave on, really. It doesn't make much difference in the grand scheme of things. I don't imagine 10 runs coming from that over will make the total look a little better, make Fergus O'Neill's Nottinghamshire tally look a little better. He's gone from 13 to 23 in that over, but at the end of the night, it's not going to alter the outcome. 14 minutes this pair need to bat. If we, well, even so, at 8 down, they may well ask the umpires, Somerset.
They could take the extra half hour.
Yeah. So I don't think we're going to get a luncheon interval here. And if that is the case, if the match is done, then those of you listening down in the shop, I'll not be able to pop down and see you today. I'll come and see you a little later on. I'll definitely call in today. As Leach bowls, and this is pushed back to the bowler. Just 1 or 2 bits and pieces to sign on the championship publication, Seventh Heaven, that they took stocks of this week in the shop, as this is played up to mid-on. There's no run, 121 for 8. This morning Nottinghamshire began the day on 47 for 3. Already sensed it might be a difficult morning, so it proved. This one's hit back to Leach. Joe Clark out very early on in the piece for 4, just to the 14th ball of the day. And wickets have tumbled steadily since then. Leach bowls. And Pennington doing his bit here. Defends stoically. Back to Jack Leach. He's got 1 wicket in this innings. Only gone for 4 runs. This is his 5th over. Again, Pennington defends. What have we got? 1 ball left in the over. Will Jack try something different? Slow left arm round the wicket. Jack Leach, one of the modern day domestic cricket heroes, and it's defended onto the onside. Doesn't, to a simpleton like me, seem to have too many variations, Jack Leach. You know, the modern spinner can pop them out the back of the hand and this, that and the other. In fact, here's a modern young spinner, young Archie Vaughan's coming on as well, but there's a lot to be said for persistent, consistent line and length, pegging away all day, being patient and getting your wickets that way, and Jack Leach has made a career out of it.
Absolutely right. And it's his greatest strength. It's also his greatest weakness, because his very consistency of line and length means that good batsmen can line him up, and that's what happened in not the last Ashes series, the one before out in Australia, when the Australians really went after him. And to be at his best, he needs a pitch that is offering him a little bit of assistance. He's not great at winkling batsmen out on good pitches, because, as you rightly say, Dave, he doesn't have that sort of box of tricks that someone like Graham Swan had. This is Archie Vaughan bowling to Fergus O'Neill. Archie Vaughan, very much a batsman who bowls a bit of off spin.
Has somebody done the Leach autobiography yet?
No.
It needs writing, doesn't it?
Yeah, always Vaughan in and bowls, and this is just angled down to third man. Lewis Goldsworthy is in pursuit. The throw comes back in. They complete the second run, 123 for 8.
You've got nothing else on, have you?
Well, I have actually.
I know you have. You're always busy.
Archie Vaughan in and bowls quicker ball, which is turned into the onside. Yeah, Jack. Just going back to Jack Leach, he doesn't usually feature in white ball cricket, 20 over cricket for Somerset, because he doesn't have the sort of mystery balls and the ones that flick out of the back of the hand.
Does he play in the 50 over?
He does. He certainly does. He plays in the Metrobank One Day Cup because he didn't get a gig in the 100.
Because Somerset come to Welbeck, don't they, when that
Yep,
gets underway? Not too many weeks now.
Somerset, of course, were beaten in the final of that competition here at Trent Bridge in that dreadful wet weekend 2 years ago. Vaughan in and bowls. This is driven slightly uppishly, but perfectly safe, nowhere near any of fielders, and they take the single, 124 for 8.
I did the football commentary at Port Vale that afternoon, Port Vale versus Mansfield Town that Saturday afternoon, and it stair-rodded down from the drive across the A50 to the Potteries all through the game, and halfway back
Vaughan bowls and Pennington plays that defensively. End of the over, 124 for 8.
And I clicked rather hopefully and optimistically onto 5 Sports Extra about halfway back, and I couldn't believe it when I could hear Melinda Farrell in this very commentary box commentating on the closing stages of that one. I just couldn't believe you got any cricket in at all, because, as I say, when I left Nottinghamshire it was stair-rodding it down, and I saw nothing but heavy rain all afternoon.
I think Somerset would have settled for the title being shared.
That was a suggestion, wasn't it?
It was, and if they couldn't have gone on,
it was Glamorgan, wasn't it?
It was Glamorgan, who had virtually their full 20 over side out.
It's Leach bowling round the wicket to Fergus O'Neill. So 8 minutes to 1 o'clock. 124 for 8. What's your gut feeling if they don't get a wicket in 8 minutes? Will they ask, or will they want to go off for a cup of tea?
I expect they'll go off.
Go off?
Yeah.
There's Leach bowling, deflected by O'Neill down the leg side. Now he can run 1, 2 or 3, or it might be allowed to go for 4. In fact, it's gone for 4. I don't think anybody allowed it to go for 4. There was just enough pace on it, the tickle down the leg side. But been very interesting there to see if O'Neill had tried to make sure that he was on strike for the next ball, or he was going to push hard for 3 and would have been content to let Pennington play out the rest of the over. Leg slip's gone in, and it's Craig Overton, and now he's shoved out. He was actually he was making a foot mark, I think, as to where he wanted Archie Vaughan to stand, and O'Neill defends. There you go, that's where I'm going to put you.
Interesting the line that Jack Leach is bowling. He's bowling sort of middle and leg, and looking to sort of drift the ball into the pads.
Leg slip, short leg, bowls to O'Neill, defends into the offside. I think he likes it more, O'Neill, when he can go out there and, there's 500 for 6 on the board and he can go crash bang wallop. Not that this season he's been able to go out there when it's been 500 for 6, but you know what I mean. He likes to be able to play with a certain freedom as he pushes this to cover and there's no run. But he does have this side to his game as well. The must do me bit for the team side, where he can get his nut down and defend, and he's done that nicely. Again, it's popped up, I think, off the pad, gone down the leg side. End of the over. We're through 45 overs, 128 for 8. I say he's played defensively. He's been able just to put the bad balls away. And in the previous over, he got 10 from Pretorius, and he helped himself to 4 in that over. So he's now gone to 30 from 42 balls.
Yeah, he batted well. Batted very sensibly. No, Craig Overton not having a chat with the umpires, so possible they might decide to go on. But
I'd have thought if he was trying to get this done and dusted, he might just have, a combination of spin and pace.
Here's Vaughan in and bowls to Pennington, who's back on his stumps, playing it to mid-wicket. Got a slip, silly point and forward short leg for Vaughan to Pennington, who again is watchfully forward.
Would Captain Gibson give Alfie Ogborn another go, getting back on the horse, or would you save that for another day?
No, I'd save it for another day. I think Craig Overton's the man. Vaughan in and bowls. Is driven back to him by Pennington.
Just to pump his tyres up a little bit, get back into the rhythm. Come on, we know, we're behind you. And, he might pick up a wicket of 9 or 10, and
he just looked so uncomfortable.
Yeah, he did.
Vaughan gives this one a bit more air, driven up to Leach at mid-off, and there's no run. Clock saying 12:56, so we'll certainly get one more over in, possibly even two, as Jack Leach gets through his overs pretty quickly. Vaughan bowls and goes past the outside edge of Dylan Pennington without finding it, and Thomas Rue with his hands on his head, and Overton just spreads the field, inviting Pennington to take the single. Vaughan bowls short, and Vaughan doesn't field in the vain hope that Pennington might decide to take a single. He doesn't, and it's the end of the over. 128 for 8. So Somerset have taken 5 of the 7 wickets that they needed to win this game at the start of this morning's play.
On Saturday, those of you that were with us may remember that Steve Lamotti, the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club heritage manager, was with us, talked through one or two things that are going on in the ground and in the library. Dave, he says, for those listening in the ground, could you mention the library will be open during the lunch interval if people want to come? There's more. As Leach bowls and it's defended. That's if the game's still going on, or if the game's finished, it will be open for at least half an hour after the end of play if people want to come into the library. On 28 for 8. And see Steve and all the team there. It's defended. He says in addition to all the usual attractions, the volunteers will be demonstrating how they care for all our historic documents, and they'd love to see any supporters, or indeed I was going to say Nottinghamshire supporters, or indeed Somerset supporters on the ground. This is pushed back to the bowler. The library, the Peter Wynne Thomas Library, the back of the build, the new build there, I'm sure most people know. Just going through the ticket office and they'll direct you to the library. And Steve and the team will be happy to show you around, show you what they're up to and all the exhibitions in there, as this is pushed into the offside by O'Neill for a single. 129 for 8. Slight misfield. They were umming and ahhing about 2, and also the shop will be open as well. As long as there's people around, they'd love to see you in the shop. If we do get a luncheon interval, I'll pop down there and say hello as well. 129 for 8. O'Neill 31, Pennington 6, and it is Dylan Pennington now tasked with keeping out these 2 balls from Jack Leach on what's been another very good morning for Somerset. This is driven up to Jake Ball at mid-off. I always say no game's finished until it is actually finished, but I think we've known the likely outcome of this one for quite some time. We're still not quite there yet, as Dylan Pennington, playing as securely as anybody, pushes this back to Leach. 12:59. So there will be time for 1 over. Where's the skipper? Where are you, Craig? Nowhere near the umpires. Seems, and this isn't a criticism, it seems like they're going through the motions in order just to fulfil these overs and then go off and have lunch and then come out and win the game, rather than come on boys, come on, you know what it's like, come on, 1 brings 2, we can get this done in the next 5 minutes. There doesn't seem to be that sort of energy at the moment. Somerset know where they are, they know they're going to win this, and they might as well have a lunch before they do. That seems what it's going to be. Although there was just an announcement then, didn't catch it. I wonder if that was to say there'll be an extra half an hour.
Archie Vaughan in and bowls, and back on the stumps is O'Neill. Appeal with no conviction at all from wicketkeeper and slips, not supported by the bowler.
Didn't catch the announcement. It might just be to say we've run out of tonic water in the bars, but it could have been anything, but it might have been to say we've...
Is Vaughan in and bowls to O'Neill. Plays it defensively. 129 for 8. Producer Kirsty's got the
extra 15 minutes have been granted. Thank you, Producer Kirsty.
Extra 15 minutes. Go on, Archie, shouts tractor driver. Archie is in and bowls and goes past the outside edge of Fergus O'Neill's bat again, just drifting it away from the right-handers.
You've met her producer, Kirsty. You wouldn't think she can possibly know as much as she does, would you? But she does. She always knows.
Absolutely.
She knows everything.
Vaughan in and bowls, and this is played to, I think that's young Oscar Coleman at City Point, with Josh Thomas at forward short leg. Both of them in their helmets.
Thanks to Matt from the club as well, who has also sent me the very same message. Thank you.
This is driven into the shin pads of Oscar Coleman at City Point. Field is closed in to save the single, keep O'Neill at that end so that Somerset can bowl at Pennington. This is turned into the onside and there won't be a single there. So play will continue for at least another 15 minutes.
Well, they always say whichever's the greater, don't they? 15 minutes or 4 overs, I think, is how they work it out. So that's 1 over, but it's only 13:02 on the digital board. I wonder if we'll get BBC Radio Nottingham joining us in a minute or two. That's 129 for 8. Victory target, remember, 473, if you didn't pick up on that and wonder why we're sort of labouring the fact that Somerset on the brink of victory and not talking about what Nottinghamshire need. 473, so that's far too many for me to work out. In fact, it's 344, I think it says at the bottom of the board.
344.
So that isn't going to happen. Jack Leach is going to happen. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9. For one of the country's premier spinners. Where's 17, just being made to wait by everybody, and now here he comes, slow left arm from the pavilion end to bowl to Dylan Pennington, drills it back just to the right of Leach, got a paw to it and took all the pace out of it. 129 for 8. Have been joined by BBC Radio Nottingham in our ears as Pennington pushes this back to Jack Leach. Comes in again. Pennington pushes this into the covers. He's on 6. And we should be at lunch, but we're playing on a little longer because the visitors Somerset are on the brink of victory. They need 2 more wickets. Notts 129 for 8. Clark and Mead, the 2 best chances for Notts to get something from this, were dismissed very early on in the piece. Somerset need 2 more wickets. Notts 129 for 8. Leach has got through 4 dot balls in this over, just while we were doing that quick 20-second hit for local radio. Now the 5th ball is turned onto the leg side. Strong possibility that the next Radio Nottingham news bulletin at 2 o'clock will feature a mention of Somerset's victory here, which would give them, what, Anthony? 21 points.
21 points,
They've got 5 bonus points. Not just 3 points from this game at the moment as it stands and seems likely. And Pennington's turned this on the leg side, and that is the first time that either of them have turned down a run. It's the last ball of the over. Pennington could have had a comfortable single there, but either he said, "I'm stopping here," or more likely Fergus has said, "Nah, hang on there, mate." 129 for 8. Apologies to all our Antipodean friends.
Leicestershire have lost a wicket for 14 for 9. Josh Davies out, but Essex now need 201. And Leicestershire still not bowled out. They've still got 1 wicket remaining, so it's
And you'd
not
imagine
a foregone conclusion, that one.
No, you'd imagine they'd kick on and have an extra
I'm sure they'll be
quarter of an
taking
hour or so.
yeah. As we are here, but Archie Vaughan to continue, bowling to Fergus O'Neill. O'Neill cuts and will get 4 runs. That was short from Vaughan, and rather sat up, inviting the cut shot. Nicely executed by O'Neill, who moves on to 35, 133 for 8.
Quick one from Martin Stiles. Morning, Dave. Reminded of my first ever trip to a county game at Trent Bridge, July 82, Notts versus Middlesex. Cemented my enjoyment of the real game. Always remember Basher hitting a battling 70.
This is short on leg stump, and O'Neill looking to work it down to long leg, but fails to make contact.
Alan Wilson, good to hear from you, Alan. Strange game cricket. Notts turned around their T20 form, but now they've been poor in the longer form. Thanks to the comment for the commentary.
Vaughan in and bowls, and O'Neill plays that square of the wicket on the offside.
Adrian Smith shirt numbers. Archie's got 66. Is that any sort of tribute to Joe Root's number?
Almost certainly, I would have thought. Fellow Yorkshireman. This is quicker from Vaughan, and O'Neill equal to it.
Both got Sheffield links, haven't they? The Vaughans and the Roots.
Yeah.
Sheffield Hallam, was it? Same club?
Yes, I think so. Vaughan to O'Neill, drives, and will get 4 runs. As Pretorius couldn't make the stop at extra cover.
Again, thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch and try and read them as they come. But if the match finishes, apologies. We'll nonetheless still read them and be very grateful that you've taken the trouble to get in touch.
This is last ball of the over and played defensively by O'Neill. So 8 runs from that. Vaughan over, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 11. Notts 137 for 8. It's 8 minutes past 1, so we've got 7 minutes remaining of the extra 15 minutes, which will certainly be 2 overs, if not 3.
Yeah, we've had 3 overs already, but as I say, they're cramming them in here with the 2 spinners bowling. If I say they've not looked particularly threatening, that's of course bound to bring about a wicket, but at the moment O'Neill and Pennington, I won't say they've got the measure of Vaughan and Leach, but likewise there's not been many opportunities created in the last half an hour. Leach round the wicket to Pennington, that will, I'm sure, bring about one, but not from the first ball, which Leach plays back to the bowler. Dylan Pennington's faced 28 balls here, 6 not out. 29 balls actually now, 6 not out. O'Neill 39 from 58. Next delivery is driven into the offside and there's no run. Just Muhammad Ali to come on debut. Made 2 not out in the first innings, the Pakistan Test player. Leach in again, Pennington just varying his range of shots here, isn't he? He's picking outfielders, leg side, offside, and now leg side again.
Well, he's making Somerset work for his wicket.
Leach in again, bowling, and it's pushed back to the bowler. He's joining up the dots nicely, Jack Leach, like Brett Hutton did yesterday morning, of course. 8 consecutive maidens. Offside field goes out, giving Pennington a single if he wants it, but didn't take it in the last over. Floated up and again just helped to cover, no run. 1 ball left in the 51st over. 137 for 8. Notts losing 5 wickets this morning, but not a 6th yet as Pennington defends this back to the bowler. It couldn't have gone through more than about 1 minute and 20 seconds there, Jack Leach, in that over. 137 for 8.
Yes, but as you're saying, they don't actually look. Here we go. We're going to have a bowling change, and it's the big man coming back into the attack. Sure, this is sensible. Craig Overton's going to bowl the next over. There will still be time for 1 over after his over, with the clock saying 10 minutes past 1.
Yeah. That's as I see it as well. I think they've got 12 balls to get a wicket.
Yeah.
If they do get a wicket, they'll ask for another quarter of an hour, which will be granted. But if they don't, I think we'll have lunch at 1:15.
Craig Overton's going to have 3 slips. Alfie Ogborn's asking, where do you want me? And the answer is shortish mid-wicket.
So he's not exactly set a field for the short pitch ball. I know there's a man down there at long leg, but he'll be down there anyway. I could just see a little bit of machismo here normally.
Here's Overton into O'Neill, who gets one that doesn't bounce very much and does well to keep it out.
I was expecting a bouncer at some point in this over. That one went underground.
Good piece of batting from O'Neill, who's batted very well for his 39.
Yeah, so saying in the normal course of events, I think Overton would be banging them in and O'Neill would be taking him on, but this isn't the normal course of events.
Leg slip has gone in and O'Neill coming right forward to that. Bat and pad close together. Out into the offside, fielded by young Oscar Coleman in his fielding pads at extra cover.
10 more deliveries and Anthony can have his pie and chips. We'd imagine.
I think that's the probably the favourite. Overton then to O'Neill. O'Neill drives, won't get a run. Picked up by Jack Leach at mid-off. So very determined partnership being put together by these two.
Joe Clark out for 4. First wicket to go down today, bowled by Jake Ball, off stump Castling. That was 51 for 4.
Overton to O'Neill, again comes down hard. Good ball from Overton. These two came together when Jack Haynes was out. 104 for 8, so they've added 33.
In 12 overs, so that's going to be about 45 minutes, I would say.
Yep.
Hamid was strangled down the leg side for 25.
Overton to O'Neill, again plays defensive push into the offside.
Good catch by Thomas Rue, who's got the gloves on. That was 69 for 5. Became 75 for 6. Another catch for Rue. Lyndon James bagging a pair in this match. Another wicket for Craig Overton. James caught Rue, bowled Overton 0, 75 for 6.
Here's Overton again. Last ball of his over to O'Neill, who plays that around the front pad out into the onside. Picked up by Alfie Ogborn. No joy for Craig Overton in that over. 3 for 16 he has in 11 overs. Somerset's acting captain. Clock saying 13-14, so just time for one more over, assuming a wicket doesn't fall.
Yep. Overton himself got a catch at slip to dismiss Liam Patterson-White. That was off the bowling of Miguel Pretorius. Patterson-White making 4. That was 87 for 7 in the 34th over, and in the 40th over, Jack Haynes, who made 24, was caught again by Thomas Rue, his 4th catch of the innings off Pretorius. 104 for 8 in the 40th over. Since then, O'Neill 39 not out, Pennington 6 not out. Have added 33 for this 9th wicket. It's going to be Leach to bowl. I think this is the highest partnership of the innings. Pennington on 6 pushes this defensively into the offside. There's no run there. Expecting lunch to be taken after this over, unless Leach can get that wicket. 37 for 8. He bowls now. Pennington again hits it into the covers. This is Nottinghamshire's highest 9th wicket partnership of the season. Fergus O'Neill with Ollie Stone in the match here against Surrey put 24 on. It's not been a profitable source of runs, the 9th wicket this season. Pennington denied a run there as he turns it up to mid-on. I think they could have got a single, but wisdom decrees that they stay where they are. 3 balls left in the over, 3 round the bat, and the keeper as well, edged low down to Overton's left. Don't know if it carried. Oh, there's the reaction from Craig Overton. It might have carried from that reaction, and they have taken a single. 138 for 8. Leach holding it up a little bit, slightly slower. Pennington on the drive, an edge low down to Overton's left. I was going to give him the benefit of the doubt, but then Craig slammed his cap down onto the ground as if to say, I'm sorry boys, I dropped it, and he's throwing his head back. I think he's been a little hard on himself.
It was a very difficult chance.
Yeah. One ball left.
Went very quickly and low.
Leach to O'Neill, who's on 39. He's defended that one. Now then, umpires. Craig Overton's turned and is walking this way, so that is going to be lunch. We are going to get a luncheon interval at Trent Bridge.
Just watch the replay.
1:38 for 8 is the score. We're just seeing the monitors. Anthony.
He was partially unsighted by Thomas Roux, I think, and he moved late to take the catch, low to his left. That he would have expected to take that catch, Craig Overton, one of the best slip fielders in the country. But there we are. It's been a good morning for Somerset. They've picked up 5 of the 7 wickets that they needed at the start of play, at a cost of 91 runs. Good innings from Fergus O'Neill, goes in at 39, not out. And still some work to do for Somerset in the afternoon session to seal what would be a victory really against the odds, given the number of injuries that Somerset have suffered and the fact that they are playing the reigning county champions on their home ground.
Thank you, Anthony. Thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch. Play will restart at around about 5 to 2. I hope you'll come back and join us then.
Welcome to East Midlands Airport, or should we say the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way
Hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge, where we're about to be joined out on the field by the umpires, James Middlebrook, Martin Saggers. I think both umpires actually had a pretty good game here at Trent Bridge this week over the 4 days of this match between Nottinghamshire and Somerset, which is just about to enter session 11 of the schedule 12. Very much doubt that we'll be getting a final session, because the match situation, if you weren't with us this morning, you've been out and about, not following, not able to keep up for various reasons. Somerset have got themselves into a position where they need 2 more wickets to win this one. Nottinghamshire hanging on almost on life support here. They're 138 for 8 with just those 2 wickets left. Fergus O'Neill, Dylan Pennington, the 2 not out. Nottinghamshire batters with Muhammad Ali on debut, coming in at number 11. Good morning for Somerset. They took 5 wickets for the addition of something like 91 runs. Fergus O'Neill is 39 not out, top scorer in the innings. But anything that Nottinghamshire can do from here on in is just really, I think, rearranging the deck chairs, as they say. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Company and indeed commentary talent alongside me. To my right, Anthony Gibson, who's as ever been keeping a beady eye and an impressive eye on his beloved Somerset over the 4 days of this match. And he's packed the car, he's booked out, he's ready to go. 2 more wickets, Anthony. Take it away.
Here's Overton in and bowls down the leg side, and Pennington lets it go through to Thomas Rue. I'm not counting any chickens just yet. This has been a dogged partnership between O'Neill and Pennington. They came together in the 40th over when Jack Haynes was caught behind, so they've been together now for 15 overs, as Overton is into Pennington, who plays that defensively. And the sun is coming out, so I don't think there's any threat from the weather. It's simply a question of Somerset taking these last 2 wickets. There's plenty of vocal encouragement from the knot of Somerset spectators at the top end of the Fox Road stand. Oh, and this comes off the inside edge and just misses the stumps down to the fine leg boundary for 4 very streaky runs. Overton, with his hands on his head, thought he'd got his man momentarily then, but it evaded the stumps, and 4 runs are taken. Pennington on to 11, 142 for 8.
Yeah, Craig Overton's mood won't be improved any by that. He had a difficult chance at slip in the final over of that morning session. Might just have been able to get the thing wrapped up before lunch had he taken that catch. It was very difficult, wasn't it? And he was really angry with himself.
Tries again, he's in bowls, and this is played solidly out into the offside by Pennington. They won't get a run. As good piece of fielding by the Somerset subfielder, Oscar Coleman.
While some rest or have lunch, others work. We've been fascinated by the movements down at the far end. The crane has been lifting heavy things into position, as you'd expect. A lot of people toing and froing at the far end. The builders, the hard hatters down there just doing all they can to get the ground ready for those extra seats for the test match.
Overton to Pennington, pitch right up, driven away through the offside for 4 runs. Nice shot from Dylan Pennington, nice flow of that drive.
Yeah, first one a little streaky, second one beautifully played. He actually had a bit of fun and frolics in the T20 Blast up at Old Trafford, where he whacked 37 not out, coming in at the bottom of the order. The game was all but done. But he came out and played some nice shots there. Enjoys his batting.
Overton in bowls, and there would have been a run there if they wanted to take it, but they decided against, so that Fergus O'Neill will face the second over of the afternoon session which is going to be bowled by Jake Ball. 146 for 8.
Yeah, I thought they'd have kept going with Jack Leach, actually. 10 overs, 1 for 10. Just tells you everything you need to know about Jack Leach with the ball. But Jake Ball, likewise impressive. 2 for 32 from his 11 overs. Made the first breakthrough at the start of this innings yesterday evening, getting rid of Ben Slater. And this morning, sending Joe Clark's off stump toppling out of the ground. 146 for 8. Fergus O'Neill just checking his guard with umpire Saggers. And Ball will be bowling to O'Neill on 39 with a field that consists of 2 close to the wicket catchers at slip and another one at leg slip. Some probably more almost of a leg gully. He's fairly wide there, and O'Neill plays this gently into the offside, and there's no run. So it's 5 fielders on the offside. Apart from the 2 slips, there's a deep backward point, an extra cover fairly close in, and a mid off on the leg side. They've got that leg gully, they've got a long leg, they've got a mid wicket that's very square, not too far away from the square leg umpire, and mid on, push back. 146 for 8. Dry conditions here at Trent Bridge as O'Neill defends. Chilly this morning. Clouds for a time got a little dark. We didn't have to have the floodlights on, but the ground staff were on standby by the hover cover for much of the morning session, but I think all threat of rain has now passed. And although we haven't got any blue sky to see, the clouds are high. 146 for 8. Ball in again. Strikes O'Neill on the pad and left him hobbling a little bit. One of those fleshy parts of the leg that isn't protected. Just Mo Ali to come. And then Somerset can head off. Job well done. Reflect on a considerable rise up the Division 1 table and can then start preparing for their match against Warwickshire at the weekend. Notts will go to Chelmsford to face Essex. As O'Neill this time, 4th ball of the over, a push and run. Be an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a moment. 2 balls left in this over. That Essex match, by the way, at Leicester, they're in lunch. Essex will require 215 to win when they come back out. Here is the update for local radio. We've just started after lunch. The visitors very much on top. They need 2 wickets to become the first side to beat Nottinghamshire in 14 matches. 147 for 8 Nottinghamshire. They've got Fergus O'Neill and Dylan Pennington together. They've added 43, but Notts on the brink of defeat here. The one delivery that you missed for that update was just pushed to backward point. There's no run. Mo Ali on the balcony there, just getting a little briefing, little chat with Paul Franks, the assistant head coach, prior to his innings. As Pennington plays this on the leg side. The Notts contact with Ali came through Paul Franks, who's spent a couple of winters, I think, coaching in Pakistan. And that's the end of balls over. 147 for 8.
Somerset have got to be patient here. Just keep getting the ball in the right areas, and sooner or later the wickets will come. Important that they don't try and force it too much.
Thank you.
Craig Overton to bowl another over. It'll be his 13th. He's had 3 for 24. He's bowling to O'Neill, back on his stumps, playing that from the crease defensively, and Craig Overton kicks the ball in the general direction of the stumps and actually hits O'Neill on his boot. I've no doubt that Overton apologised for that. Be a little bit careful.
You'd imagine he's always the sort of cricketer that might attract the attentions of the disciplinary committee when they meet.
Well, he's had his problems in the past, but he's calmed down as the years have gone by. Here he comes again into O'Neill, who drives away through the offside, but it's a sweeper, Oscar Coleman, patrolling the boundary, and they don't take the single that was on offer.
A little bit of noise you can perhaps hear just dying out as the crane is being lowered again at the far end, just going to disappear down, like one of those extendable floodlight towers you get at Lord's and one or two other grounds. This crane is just being sucked back in towards the bottom.
Overton bowls, and it doesn't bounce very much. Well played again by O'Neill, who's batted very stoutly, shown great determination, stickability, making Somerset work hard for their win. Overton in bowl short, and that's pulled away down to backward square leg. This time they do take the single, which means that Pennington will have 3 balls to face. Sorry, 2 balls to face from Craig Overton.
Spent another lovely luncheon interval down in the shop. Thanks again to Rachel and Ian for looking after me, meeting the lovely folk down there. Chris O'Brien from the Heritage team. Lovely to chat with Chris and hear of his forthcoming projects.
Overton into Pennington, who plays this very straight defensive bat up to Jack Leach at mid-off. Do many signings?
Yes, yeah, worn out. And lovely to chat once again to the lovely Karen, who kindly a number of years ago invited me to go and share her birthday cake in the pavilion long before the renovations. Nice to see Karen again. Overton
to Pennington short, and comes off. Not sure what that came off, but went out to not far away from where a short leg would have been had there been a short leg, but Pennington just goes down and gives the pitch a bit of a prod, but no joy there for Craig Overton. Just the 1 run from the over. Just need to be patient, Somerset.
That's it. It'll come. It will happen. Just 2 other Division 1 games going on. I've already told you they're still at lunch at Leicester, where Essex, when they restart, will require 215. At Scarborough, Warwickshire's resistance is still alive. They're 151 for 4. They require a further 302 to beat Yorkshire. Not likely. Yorkshire needing 6 wickets. Beside the seaside, Warwickshire have got... This is driven beautifully by O'Neill through the offside as Jake Ball serves him one almost on a plate outside off stump. Lovely shot from Fergus O'Neill, who goes on to 45, 152 for 8. Warwickshire, yes, they've got Sam Hain, and we know all about his run scoring capabilities, and Bo Webster, the Australian, likewise at the crease. Hain has been batting for over 2 hours for 23 not out. That's not a Sam Hain not normally. Tells you probably something about the state of the game and maybe even the state of the surface. I don't know. As ball in again to O'Neill. Plays this on the leg side. Bo Webster 36 from 64. So they want 51 for 4. Yorkshire require 6 wickets. Warwickshire, guess unlikely that they're going to get another 300. Division 2. Gloucestershire 323 for 8 at Wantage Road against Northants. They lead by 128. 2 wickets left. And the other one is at New Road, where Worcestershire 148 for 4. They need 210 more to defeat Middlesex, who likewise are in search of 6 more wickets. Ball bowls, another nice looking drive, but he's picked out wideish mid-off there, Fergus O'Neill. In that Gloucestershire score of 323 for 8, James Bracey, of course once played for England, is 103 not out for the glorious Gloucesters. Calvin Harrison, late of this parish, thus far wicketless. You often see Calvin doing the damage on the last day of matches, but not so far. There's none of the 8 wickets. Ball bowls, and don't know what that nicked. It wasn't the bat. There was a discernible snick off something on its way through to Thomas Rue. The bellow from Overton goes unrewarded. Might just see now, Anthony, what it might possibly have. I don't know. Don't know if it's anywhere near the.
I don't think it did anything, did it?
Near anything. He
just didn't bounce as much as.
He might have caught his
was
pad with the
expecting.
bat. 152 for 8. This is dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. I do have to tell you a funny thing in the shop at lunchtime. There's some cricket bats, well-known local manufacturer, not too far away here. A signature on them. B something, S something, squiggle, squiggle, squiggle. And I said, in all honesty and belief, honestly didn't know Ben Slater had got his own bat range. And I was told, you idiot, it's Ben Stokes, the England captain. 152 for 8. Short and pulled away by O'Neill, but straight to backward point, and there's no run. You know, when you do a signature B, S, I thought that's our dear old Ben. He's got his own bat range. But no, I was told it was the England captain. There we are.
Ben Slater, well, he's a county hero, if not.
Oh, he is. He's a hero to us all.
Hero.
But just pretty much tells you my state of mind. Usually going into the shop, very much Nottinghamshire focused rather than thinking about other cricketing matters.
Oscar Coleman's gone to fetch the helmet, so he's going to go in at full short leg. He's just inserting the...
Good news and bad news, Oscar. You can go out there and field for your beloved Somerset. What an honour. And the bad news is, get the helmet on, you're in at short leg.
It's a fate that usually befalls the youngest member of the team.
Alex Hales used to duck and dive out of the way when he first got into the Notts team. He didn't stay there for long. That's the way to do it.
Overton to Pennington, drives, caught a backward point by Lewis Goldsworthy. A good catch as well. That went quickly and low to Goldsworthy at backward point, and it's the 9th wicket, and Somerset now on the verge of victory. 152 for 9, and just Muhammad Ali to come.
Yes, the end is nigh, I would imagine, with all due respect to Mo Ali and Fergus O'Neill. Well done to Dylan Pennington, has to be said, for
good partnership.
Very stubborn, resilient 15. There were some nice shots in that from Dylan. He'll have enjoyed the opportunity. Batted for nearly an hour, look, 57 minutes, 49 balls, 3 fours. There's
Partnership 48.
There's talent there with that lad.
Yeah.
So here comes, well, in a moment, can't quite see him yet. Mo Ali coming in at number 11. Somerset couldn't get him out in the first innings. 2 not out.
He doesn't have a particularly remarkable batting record. I think he averages 7 in first-class cricket.
He's on his way out of the middle now. He's suited and booted, as you have to be these days. All the protective gear will be on. And that wicket went first ball of the over as well, which is, I guess, doubly bad news for Muhammad Ali and for Fergus O'Neill and for Nottinghamshire. Here is Mo, 152 for 9, his county championship debut. Looks as if it's going to end in defeat. He got 3 wickets in the match. Touch of gloves between the 2 overseas players for Nottinghamshire in this game. That's certainly one of the stories of this match. The fact that Nottinghamshire put 3 overseas players in their squad and they omitted, in my opinion, the world's best wicket-keeper batter. But some people might come forward with 1 or 2 other claims. But Carl Verena sat this one out. O'Neill and Ali playing together, and they're going to end the match in a 10th wicket partnership. But how long will this 10th wicket partnership last? 152 for 9. Craig Overton 4 for 24, Anthony.
Yeah.
Right decision, irrespective of whether he grew up that wicket or not. I think it's the right decision for him to be bowling as many overs as possible now, because he's going to get you wickets. He's always going to get you wickets.
Good
Take
catch.
it away.
Good catch from Lewis Goldsworthy, wasn't it? Made it look easy, but went quickly to him. And Oscar Coleman just helping Muhammad Ali with his helmet. So here we go. Overton then to Muhammad Ali. Somerset need 1 wicket to seal victory. This is short and it's dollied up in the air, but it's gone through backward square leg rather than forward square leg, and they're able to take the single to get Muhammad Ali away from there. And he's just having a word with Craig Overton.
It says an awful lot if the young man out there, Oscar Coleman, who clearly hasn't had much first team experience, bar this, is then entrusted with helping Mo Ali with his protective gear, a test player.
Overton to O'Neill, who plays that defensively, and Overton threatens to lob the ball back in the direction of the stumps, but doesn't do so because O'Neill quickly back into his crease. Bright sunshine now.
Wonder how they're going to play this with 3 balls left and O'Neill on strike. Are they going to let him just simply walk a single off the last, or are they going to try and do something about it? There's 3 balls left.
Haven't changed the field yet. Overton in, bowls to O'Neill down the leg side, and good tumbling take by Thomas Rue.
Yes, if he pitches the next one up and it doesn't produce a run, you'd imagine the 6th ball that O'Neill will be wanting to get a single will be played from somewhere around about his left ear.
Overton marching back to his mark. Here he comes again. He's in, bowls. This is whipped away down to long leg for a single. Jake Ball with the fielding. So Muhammad Ali will have 1 ball in this over to survive. Oscar Coleman clapping his hands, probably to encourage himself as much as anything. Got an extra slip coming in, so 3 slips and a forward short leg for this last ball of the Overton over. He's bowling to Muhammad Ali. Somerset needing 1 wicket. He's in bowls, and Ali plays a perfectly conventional forward defensive shot, keeps the ball out, survives to face another over. It's 154 for 9.
Yeah, success for Craig Overton. 14 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 27. Jake Ball to continue. Again, I'll just do the preamble, but in the time-honoured fashion. These county championship wins are hard to come by for the players. It can be even harder sometimes to come by for the commentators. So it was nice to let the winning commentator see the side home, and Anthony will look after most of the ball-by-ball stuff from here on in.
Here's Jake Ball then to Fergus O'Neill. He's there in bowls, and O'Neill calmly plays that from the crease.
It's difficult for Fergus O'Neill, really, isn't it? What possibly can you do to make the situation better? Well, for himself, he's on 46 not out. He won't be thinking about himself. I know that for an absolute fact here. He'll be just wondering how he can keep Somerset out for as long as he can.
His ball again into O'Neill, who pulls this away down to deep backward square leg, and Muhammad Ali is all for coming through for the single. But Fergus O'Neill rather less enthusiastic.
Yes, Fergus O'Neill's very much playing this by plan A, the tried and trusted method, where there's somebody set and a number 11 at the other end. Mo Ali's probably down to M or N or O in the list of plans.
Ball to O'Neill, and again he gets this down to long leg, and again doesn't take the single.
1 for the over signalled.
Just the 2 slips for Fergus O'Neill, who's on 46. He deserves a 50.
Yep.
Ball bowls to him now, and he drives it back, but won't get a run. That was the 4th ball of the over, so the field will now converge to try and save the single so as to expose Muhammad Ali to Craig Overton's next over. Jake Ball comes steaming in from the Stuart Broad end, down the leg side, and acrobatic take by Thomas Rue, flinging himself to his left to take a rather wild delivery from Jake Ball. Unless, of course, that's what he was intending.
Yeah.
Quite possible. It would be either a dot ball or a 4 ball down the leg side. His ball to O'Neill, who is going to get a single out into the offside. A little bit of a leading edge about that, but he found a gap and takes the single and moves on to 47, 155 for 9. I've had a nice message from David Glidden, who says, would I be correct that the admirable Craig Overton has played in every match this season, 6 T20s in every championship match? You would, David. In a season when we've had so many injuries, he's been a standout player for me, full of enthusiasm and totally committed to the Somerset cause. Enjoying the excellent commentary and also the Notts live stream, which is top quality. I think we'd all agree about that. Thanks, David. Now see if Craig Overton can administer the coup de grace. He's bowling to Fergus O'Neill. This is short and it's pulled down to long leg, and there won't be a run. There would have been, but O'Neill has decided to shield Muhammad Ali.
Dr. John not happy. Dave, I've had a go at Notts for some past batting performance. Everyone has an off day. This team would passes a lot of aliens who had no batting experience. 1 or 2 might have had an off day and accidents happen, but this performance so short of what they should be achieving.
Overton in and bowls, and O'Neill plays that defensively.
Somerset have performed as a fantastic outfit. Hard to believe they're 7th in the table at the start of this round. They'll be climbing up towards the top 3. If Anthony hadn't outlined the injury difficulties, I would think this young team would pass as first team to a man. It's been a real pleasure to hear commentary on this match. Thank you to Anthony and the rest of the commentary team and all the background staff. If the real Notts were playing, I think Somerset would have snatched it in the last session.
Overton in and bowls, and that's played into the onside. I think he thought O'Neill might have thought there could be 2 runs there, because he's exposed Muhammad Ali to 3 deliveries from Craig Overton. I've had a message from the great Don Topley. He says, please announce, looking forward to welcoming Notts and in particular Mr. Bracegirdle next week. We shall bring out the red carpet treatment for Mr. B and the visiting county champions despite today's likely defeat. Thank you, Don. Here's Overton then to Muhammad Ali. He's in and bowls, and Ali gets that out into the onside. We've got a leg gully and a forward short leg.
We'll be able to console each other after Leicestershire run through Essex this afternoon in the match at Grace Road.
Well, I'm sure Don will be relishing this likely Somerset victory.
Does he like Somerset?
Oh, it's his second favourite county. Here's Overton in and bowls short down the leg side, and it's gone for 4 byes. That's a bit harsh on Thomas Rue. He flung himself to his left to try and make the stop, but it was a long way down the leg side. And
call yourself a keeper.
Muhammad Ali has survived 2 of the 3 deliveries that he has to face in this over from Craig Overton. Here comes the 3rd, last ball of the over. Overton in, bowls to Ali, and he manages to get that one down into the onside and survives those 3 balls. It's 160 for 9. Somerset still need that 10th wicket.
That was tongue-in-cheek, by the way. I think young Master Rue has had a terrific game, not only with the bat but also with the gloves. It was at There was a song, wasn't there? Obviously the boxer, Muhammad Ali. Can't remember how it goes, and I shan't sing any further, just in case I have to pay any royalties. But there's a great song. You'd think he'd have that for his T20 appearances, wouldn't you? As he took to the field.
His ball to O'Neill, who cuts this away, but there's a fielder out at deep backward point, who is Oscar Coleman in his second 11 cap.
Has had a couple of 50s for Notts, Fergus O'Neill. His best for the county is 59. His best in first class cricket is 70.
Well, he's on 48 now. As ball is in and bowls, and that's gone down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs.
Yes.
So that is Fergus O'Neill's 50. Goes on to 52 from 94 deliveries, with 9 fours, well batted and well appreciated by this Trent Bridge crowd. 95
minutes as well of largely stubborn resistance, but it's put the bad balls away more often than not. 52 from 94. Needs 8 for a best for Notts.
Ball to O'Neill outside the off stump. There's the ball grunt. It isn't in the same class as the Muhammad Ali grunt. It's almost the Muhammad Ali shriek.
I think he's probably been Notts. It's difficult, isn't it? Because you were there when he was describing his 6 in the first innings. I was going to say that Fergus O'Neill probably Notts performer of the match.
His ball in and bowls. This is driven out into the offside. It could be if he'd picked it up cleanly. The stumps are knocked over by Thomas Rue, but that should have been a run out. And it's Alfie Ogborn who's the guilty party. He took his eye off the ball with Fergus O'Neill halfway down the pitch, and if he'd picked it up cleanly and got the return in, that would have been end of game. But he didn't.
I just wonder why that mix-up came about. Now, did O'Neill think it was beyond Ogborn and he was running hard to make sure he got 2? Either way, he went more than halfway down. Ali, whether he was, I don't know, daydreaming or whether he knew there wasn't going to be the chance of a run, said no.
This ball to O'Neill, who won't get a run here. And it means there's just 1 delivery remaining in this over for O'Neill to try and farm the strike. Just watching the he was almost at the other end.
I'm not sure Muhammad Ali had any
he had no intention of coming, did he?
No, I don't know as he had any part in the conversation either.
His ball then to O'Neill, and O'Neill tries to reach one a long way outside his off stump and fails to do so. It's not given as a wide by Martin Saggers, which means that Craig Overton will start his next over, bowling to Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, it's set up now very much for the Overton 5-foot as the winning moment. Still don't seem to have started at Grace Road. Obviously a very late lunch in that one.
Here we go then. Overton to Muhammad Ali. He's in, bowls, and Ali gets the ball on off stump, which he defends out into the offside. I think the short ball in at the body is probably the best bet for Overton and Somerset, with leg gully and forward short leg in there to catch any aerial deflection.
Full pitched at the stumps.
Overton in, bowls to and this takes I think the pad probably, and it goes down into the slips where it's fielded by Archie Vaughan. Craig Overton looking for a 5 for. He's got 4 for 28 in his 16th over. Bowling to Muhammad Ali. He's there and bowls and takes him on the pad and given not out. by James Middlebrook. It looked to me as if it was going down the leg side.
There was a time, wasn't there, where that was automatically out. No umpires' names, no pack drill or anything, but there was a time where number 11 came out to bat, the ball hit him on the pad, everybody appealed, and that was that. But a far more professional game these days, and the number 11s do have more of a chance.
Overton tries again. Somerset need 1 wicket, and they won't get it there as Muhammad Ali digs that one out. Impatience has got to be the watchword for Somerset.
It's an awful place to bat, isn't it, number 11? Nobody after you. It's all the pressure in the world if you're in a situation to try and save the game or win the game. There's players at the other end turning down runs.
Overton into Muhammad Ali, who plays that defensively into the offside. He hasn't tried anything aggressive yet, as Muhammad Ali. Is Overton going to try him out with a bouncer last ball of this over, or would it be the Yorker? We will soon find out. Somerset need 1 wicket. Overton to Muhammad Ali. He's in and bowls the Yorker, which is well played by Ali, who survives that Craig Overton over in its entirety. 164 for 9.
It's 2:30.
Well, we've got how many? 52 overs for these two to survive.
Yes, if it was 6:30 and this pair were still defending, I might start to get a little anxious for Somerset's hopes, but they've got all the time in the world.
Here's Jake Ball to Fergus O'Neill, who drives, and O'Neill looks to the heavens in frustration that he didn't manage to get that past Pretorius at mid-on.
Yes, O'Neill in Somerset's first innings career best bowling figures of 6 for 72, but he quickly poo-pooed that was anywhere near his best bowling performance.
It's Ball in and bowls to O'Neill, gets a Yorker which he keeps out with a mixture of bat and pad. He's bowled well since he came to the game, Jake Ball, as injury replacement for Somerset's injured captain Lewis Gregory, who's suffering from a hamstring pull in his left leg. I doubt very much he'll be fit for the game against Warwickshire, starting on Friday. Ball to O'Neill, who looking for a single this time, but can't time it. He's very This wasn't a very good throw.
Go on, run. What happened there was it was chopped to Overton at second slip, and Overton has tried to throw it. It's at Pretorius at mid-on, who's 70 yards away from Overton, and he's thrown it high over his head down towards the Hound Road stand.
There's Ball into O'Neill, who will get a single out to deep backward square leg. Throw comes in. He had to look lively. Good piece of fielding, in fact, from Josh Thomas out there. Means that Muhammad Ali has got. Did they?
They took a single.
Yes, they did take the single. Yeah, they did take the single. So forward short leg goes in. Oscar Coleman under the helmet. Just the 2 slips and the leg gully. So Jake Ball has the opportunity to polish off his former county. He's in to Ali Bowles, and that one just dollies up off the bat of Muhammad Ali. If there'd been a silly point, that would have been that, but there isn't.
It seems to be that O'Neill now is content to take the single on the 4th ball and leave Ali with 2. I mean, that's normally the way, isn't it? But
yeah, we're going to have a silly point. With Archie Vaughan is the one who's been chosen to don the helmet and should just be the helmet, I would know. Is he going to? No, it's just the helmet, not the fielding pads.
Well, he's fetching it, but I don't think he's going in there.
Oh, it's Josh Thomas is going to go in there. Josh Thomas, who normally fields that forward short leg, but as there's an even more junior cricketer out there in the shape of Oscar Coleman, it's Oscar who's got that dubious privilege.
So if Mo Ali just thinks what's just happened, he should know where this one's going to be pitched. They're going to try and again get him to fend off into the hands of Silly Point.
So Silly Point, forward short leg gully and 2 slips.
Leave it, Mo. It'll be too short. Just leave it.
Here comes ball into Muhammad Ali and hits him on the shoulder, I think, as he turned away. I don't think it hit him on the helmet. He's okay. And just wanders up the pitch and has a chat with his batting partner, Fergus O'Neill. And he survives another over, 165 for 9.
Sharpest ball Jake Ball's bowled all day.
Well, the one he bowled Joe Clark with was quite sharp.
Yes, yep. Fair point. Sent the off stump cartwheeling out of the ground. Great sight for Jake Ball and for Somerset fans who are being made to wait a little bit longer. Fergus O'Neill on strike on 53. That is Overton.
Overton bowls, swung without any timing. It was a fine looking shot, that, from Fergus O'Neill. Fine free flow of the bat, but came rather off the bottom of the bat, and Jack Leach was able to scramble across to his right at mid-off to make the stop. Overton just having a word with Miggy Pretorius, who might very well come into the attack if Overton doesn't work the oracle in this over. This is driven up to Pretorius at mid-on.
Former Somerset player Dom Bess with a wicket at Scarborough. Warwickshire have lost the services of the Australian Bo Webster for 49. They're 180 for 5. Warwickshire require 273 more. That won't happen. Yorkshire need 5 more wickets.
Somerset need 1 more wicket. And Overton is bowling to O'Neill, who strokes that pleasantly away through the offside. And that exposes Muhammad Ali to 3 deliveries, potentially, from Craig Overton.
Just a reminder that, assuming this game doesn't go on and on and on and on and on for hours on end, all the other matches, you can listen to commentary, of course, via the BBC Sport website and app, the cricket page. Kevin Ells will be still going round the grounds on Sports Extra, but all the other commentators, all the other matches would very much appreciate you following how they progress through the rest of the afternoon.
Here's Overton into Muhammad Ali, who plays that defensively. Jordan Cox and Sonny Baker are due to make their debuts for England in the second New Zealand Test.
Oh, so you'll be getting James Rew back then, by the sound of that.
It says England, this is cricket for England, could include a third debutant in James Rew. As Overton is in to bowl to Muhammad Ali. It's in the air, and that is the catch. Alfie Ogbourne takes the catch, and Somerset have beaten Nottinghamshire by 306 runs. They've been bowled out for 166, and Craig Overton with the final wicket, appropriately then enough, he takes 5 for 29, a captain's performance from Somerset's acting captain. Somerset take 21 points from this game, and Nottinghamshire just the 3.
Yes, congratulations to Somerset. Lively stuff as always from Overton. Banged it in short. Muhammad Ali trying to take the hook on rather than bob underneath it or get out of the way. Remember, he was struck in the previous over by Jake Ball. On this occasion, it was Craig Overton. He took the hook on, didn't time it, didn't get anywhere near a good enough contact. And nice moment for Alfie Ogbourne. He'll feel very much part of it now, taking the winning catch. And Somerset, quite rightly, I always love that, very much showing their appreciation for the Somerset supporters who've been here at Trent Bridge for this week. They're in the Fox Road stand, and that's a nice little moment for the visitors and for their skipper, of course, Craig Overton, who with that final wicket finishes with 5 for 29. It's a heavy defeat, a really heavy defeat for Nottinghamshire. They're first at Trent Bridge for more than 2 years. They're first in 15 matches since losing to Durham, match 6 of last season. That was up in the northeast. This one will hurt. It's on home ground. What I will say, after the defeat last year, Notts turned in one of their best performances in the next match to defeat Yorkshire at Headingley. They'll need to go to Chelmsford at the end of the week and do that. Anthony, your boys being led off quite rightly in this innings by Craig Overton.
Yep, with Thomas Rue just behind. Somerset's 2 heroes. Thomas Rue with that magnificent 127 not out yesterday, and Craig Overton, a captain's performance as so often with the ball, 5 for 29, and a really notable win this for Somerset against the reigning county champions on their home ground. Somerset were without Tom Kohler-Cadmore, Will Smee, Tom Lammonby, Tom Abel, Tom Banton before the game. They lost their captain Lewis Gregory during it, and still they have prevailed by the really huge margin of 306 runs, and it means that they are right back in the hunt for the county championship. Assuming Essex beat Leicestershire, they will finish top of the table with 103 points. Sussex will be in second on 102, and Somerset, having taken 21 points from this game, will be third on 100, with Notts, I think, down in fifth with 94. So great performance by Somerset, defying adversity and winning by 306 runs.
Yes, congratulations to Somerset. They continue to be a bogey side for Nottinghamshire, but this hasn't been anything down to recent history. It's been down to a terrific team performance from Somerset, who were put into bat on that first day. They were 295 for 7 on Friday evening at Stumps. Lost their last 3 wickets fairly cheaply on the second morning, Saturday morning, all out for 310. But Notts, as always, Peter Moores and the coaching staff preach the importance of first innings runs. Didn't happen for Nottinghamshire. They were bowled out for 193, no batting points, so a substantial first innings lead of 117. Somerset built on that, with Thomas Rue following his first innings 68, scoring 127 not out, becoming the second Somerset player in the match after Herman in the first innings made 106. So Notts were set to score a nominal victory target of 473 in 114 overs. It was never likely to happen. They lost 3 cheap wickets in the small amount of play left last night, but then this morning wickets began to tumble with great regularity, and it's taken until round about 20 to 3 before the final wicket went down. But Somerset worthy winners. Notts quickly back on the horse, as they say, at Chelmsford on Friday morning. Hope you'll join me for that one down there just before 11 o'clock, and Anthony will be broadcasting once again back from his beloved Taunton for the match against Warwickshire, also starting Friday morning.
Indeed, and we expect Craig Overton will be captaining Somerset in that one. I doubt very much if Lewis Gregory is going to be fit to resume the captaincy, but apart from being a great performance from Somerset, it's been hugely encouraging for the future of Somerset cricket as well, with the innings of Archie Vaughan and Thomas Rue especially, showing what tremendous prospects both of them are. So a win for Somerset against the odds, and it's been a great pleasure being here at Trent Bridge over the last 3.5 days, Dave, and thank you for your company, and thank you to all of our listeners for lending us their ears and their eyes on the absolutely splendid Nottinghamshire Trent Bridge live stream.
Well said, sir, and thank you very much. Always a joy to spend time with Anthony Gibson. Thanks also to Kit Harris, who was with us for the first 3 days. Huge thanks as always. Never take them for granted. The great work of our commentary, of our camera boys and girls out and about round the ground in sometimes chilly, sometimes warm, sometimes blustery conditions, bringing the pictures. Kirsty and Aaron in the production office, keeping us on air, and as Anthony said, as always, main thanks to you, the listener, to the viewer, because that's why we do it. Great privilege to bring you the County Championship, as always, on the BBC. I know you County Championship supporters just love the service, so we can only thank you for backing it as you do. It's a win today as we sign off here for the final time today by Somerset. They defeated Nottinghamshire by 306 runs. The other games going on will shape up how the two tables lie. A reminder, all the other games are available via the BBC Sport website and app. You can get the commentary on those or on Sports Extra. Kevin Howells will continually take you round the grounds until the matches are finished. From the entire team at Trent Bridge, but principally from Anthony Gibson and myself, Dave Brace-Girdle, we wish you a very good afternoon from Trent Bridge.